Totally forgot I didn't put myself actually on the screen. I was there, but didn't open it. Hello, everyone. I'm Shannon, a writer and opinion of SC Houston, back from a 2.5 week vacation. Hopefully everyone is doing well. And today is the 1st of August and the first day of August80K-48K, 18K, put together by Mom Maggie. She actually has a write-up on this. You can find out more about it in the description box below. I did just add some more stuff in there about the what's going on for August. So you can see what you want to do, but some things are already there, like some plans and tiers that you might want to choose from. And for me specifically, my goal is to write at least 80K. Drafting, I'll probably be doing other things, different writing processes, but because I have a couple different projects happening. I have a short story I'm trying to get done for an anthology. I have one more thing I have to write to finish off my Fated Adventures for the 6th month. That's next month, but I want to get it done this month, so I'm not behind. But mainly, I want to center this challenge around writing or finishing up writing my my next novel, which is A Curse of. I haven't thought about it for a second. I've thought about the story, but not the actual. So, Curse of what? Spikes and smoke. It took me a second to remember what I would call my own book. So I have 100,000 words in the book right now, and I think I'm right about the halfway point. I really need to know how to write shorter. But yeah, so I'm hoping that I can actually finish doing the book this month, maybe. That's kind of the goal. A lot of people are here already saying hello. Devin said, welcome back. Hope you had a great vacation. This was a few hours ago, so I missed out. I had back-to-back appointments. I just got back with 20 minutes to spare to get on to the computer. I was home for in between 2 of my appointments for a few minutes. And it's great when you come back to deadlines. So besides writing today, I will not be able to write the entire 12 hours because my podcast episode for August 1st was supposed to go up. I thought it was all done. I got it. I started scheduling it and realized somehow I messed up the audio for one of the people in the video. So I had to restart it this morning in between my appointments. And I still have to do another round of, it's done. So I did finish rendering with the audio fix. Now I need to go through and I run it through an editing program to take out pauses. And then I go through myself to take out ums and ahs or whatever. I might just end up leaving in a bunch of ums and ahs. It's not a long episode on its own. I think it's 43 minutes. And I think there's a couple sections where I have to take out. I remember there's one section I edited out before in the first one when I didn't realize my audio was wrong, in which I was saying I had to find something. And so that was going to cut that part out. But now I have to refine that part, cut that part out. So I didn't realize my video editing program is not working very well. So it doesn't always sync up well with audio. And then all of a sudden it started working well. And I saw my audio was not synced up. So yes, I need to get that done because that's due out today. And then my Fated Adventures packets were also due out today. And I bought extra ink and I forgot one of them for some reason. And I ran out. So I only got half of them done. So half of them went out today. I need to print off the rest of them. But my husband's picking up the ink and I don't have it yet. So when he gets it to me, then I'll print off the rest of the stuff the rest of the envelopes and get them into the mail. So yes, deadlines. I wish I wasn't going back to deadlines, but here I am. Okay. Let's go ahead and continue. I'll be at my son's last day of band camp. When you start, happy sprinting. All awesome. I hope that is going well. Last day of band camp sounds exciting. Hello, lovelies from Mom Maggie, who created the August 80K. Okay, hashtag all the words August to all and to all a good write. I love that. I'm glad I remembered what that stood for because I couldn't remember the name of my own book, but I could remember that. So love it, Mom Maggie. I do too. LOL. Made some timers. Awesome. That's great. I did put some of this stuff down below, but I have my own timers, so I'm not going to hype up anybody else's timers because I have my own. Yeah, I didn't know that Rachel had made some as well, but I might check those ones out. I am so happy people are enjoying the concept. And then that's when I came in and I was looking at the screen and I was 11 a.m. That's right. EDT. Why is that not hitting me right? I'm wait, no, that's supposed to be my time. It's EDT. Why did I put EDT? I have no idea. I actually did have it scheduled for the right time. So it was scheduled for my time at 11 a.m. I just put on the thumbnail the wrong thing. So I did hurry up and switch that out. And then Kat was like, LOL, all good. Knew you were in a hurry when setting up. I was. Not only was I in a hurry, I was also major burnout. Major burnout. And I don't think I've really come back from it too much. I actually slept an hour and a half last night because I was panicking that 2 of my deadlines I need to get done yesterday did not get done because one, I ran out of one of my ink, and then my podcast, the episode. It was like almost midnight when I realized the episode was not syncing up audio. And I did take my computer in to go get checked. And they said they put it through the ringer and they couldn't figure out anything that was wrong with my computer. And I've had it back for a few days. It's already shut down on me twice. And then, of course, my video editing program was not working as well until suddenly it started working. And then I could see that my audio was not synced up with my video. So, and I know it's not just the video program, it's something wrong with my computer. And so I technically should, now that I'm actually home in one spot, call them as well, because they said, call us if it happens again. The computer tech shop where I took my computer, they kept it for 2 days and ran it through lots of stuff. And they said they couldn't find anything wrong with it. So I don't know. It is what it is. I might have to just get a new computer. I hope that you had a good couple weeks off. It was good. I slept a whole lot last week. I took my kiddo to his camp in Tennessee. He went to Vanderbilt University for his day camp. It was an overnight camp, but I didn't want him to be overnight there. And so I got a hotel room nearby, and I thought, oh, I'm gonna get lots of writing done. And I did do a lot of writing. Actually, I wrote like 31,000 words last week, but that was like in 3 days. And that was the last 3 days we were there. The first 3 days we were there, every time I got in bed, because I didn't want to sit at the desk, it looked very uncomfortable. I sat in bed to write and I fell asleep, and I would just sleep. And I made sure I had my alarm on to make sure I would go get my kiddo from the campus and I wouldn't miss him. And I would sleep the whole day. So 3 days straight, I just slept. That's all I did was sleep. I probably really needed it. Just reset it on the back side, time well set. Yeah. Fortunately, and I did look at it like really closely, because I was like, did I put the wrong time to start as well? Like on the StreamYard side. And I really looked at it. I was like, okay, is this my time? Or is this Eastern time? And I really did have to look at it closely and ended up, I had it right. It was just the thumbnail I had wrong. And I don't know why, but yeah, vacation was great. My brain frog, what bothered me today. And what's everyone working on today? Rachel, hello, how's it going? I do have a poll to see what did I have a poll for? Length of time for the sprint. I was like, I have a poll, and that was supposed to be related to Rachel, because I was thinking Rachel and timers. So just to see whatever you guys have as far as what time or how long you would want to sprint for. Week 1 of All the Words August, the Shadow Hunt draft. That's what you're working on. Nice. At least you remembered the name of your book. Excuse me. I think we all feeling the overwhelmed scrambled egg brains for 2020. But yes, I'm definitely there. I feel I have felt very, very overwhelmed this year. I don't think it helped I came back to a deadline with my Kickstarter, because I wasn't as far along as I should have been to get it going, but I had already pushed it off by like 8 months, 10 months. What was it, 10 months, 8 months? It went in February. It was originally supposed to go in June of the previous year. 6 plus 2 is 8. So 8 months. I was right the first time. So yeah, it was late by 8 months, and I really felt that pressure to get it done, but my book wasn't done because I was still revising and editing it to death. I can write really fast. I can draft fast, but editing and revising takes me forever. Hello, Kaylee. I'll be working on my first novel. It's a contemporary about child abuse. Oh, sounds like hard topic. Welcome to the channel. I don't know if you've been here before. I don't recognize your name. So if it is the first time, welcome here. If you've been here before, welcome back. I do not have the best memory. I couldn't even remember the name of my own book that I was writing. I mean, it's been a couple weeks. The 31,000 words I wrote last week was not in my novel. Part of it was the Fated Adventures, because I was finishing up the stories. And then, and for those who don't know, Fated Adventures is something I sold as part of my Kickstarter. It's more of an experience, but you get part of a story. It's a romantasy mystery, epic like setting. So like early medieval period. It's roughly 1000 our time period, but it's a secondary Earth trope. And you get part of the story through the mail with clues and stuff to go online. And it's kind of like part game with like NPCs that you interact with online. But even though I came up with the idea to sell it as part of my Kickstarter, I was still putting it all together before my Kickstarter even, like as my Kickstarter was kicking off. And I'm still building a few more things, but we're almost done. It's 6 months long, and we're heading into 6 month next month. So I don't know where I was going with that, but we'll go on. Nicole, hello, long time no see. It's nice to see you. Hello, how's it going, Kaufman? Greetings, writing. Greetings, friends. I put writing in there. Probably because it says right now above it. So, all right, I got to the end of the comments. Let's see what the poll is. Oh, I see. I don't have that good of a memory. It looks like the winner, I don't see anyone else joining. If anyone else wants to put in, y'all got to choose a short one, don't you? Well, 30 minutes would be great, I guess, because I see that my video finished rendering. I need to run it through the program to take out the pauses. So that takes me like 5 minutes to set it up, and it takes like 30 minutes to run. But I'll get that set up. And I know we are extending the deadline for the AuthorTube Writing Conference Anthology. Anybody can submit to it. I want to grab the link for that. And I think we're extending the word count as well, because right now it's at 5,000 words. And I was talking with Laura and Shelly a little bit yesterday, and we thought that we should probably extend it and the reason why we're extending it is because we only have 4 entries. It's enough to publish it. It's even enough for a paperback with as many words as we have. But like, people were asking for this anthology for 2 years in a row. We finally did it this year, and like, nobody's submitting. And Laura said that a few people have mentioned that 5,000 words was too small, which I don't really know how to feel about that, because I know that the anthologies I've submitted to were 5,000 word capped. But we are looking at extending it to a different number. I don't know what we're going to do yet. So I need to figure out what we're going to do, and then I'll get the link if anyone is interested in submitting to that. So, all right, looks like I'm going to go ahead in the poll. Still looking at 30 minutes, which is my least favorite amount of time to write for, which just means I probably will not be writing, because I really can't. I have to have a good chunk of time to really get into a writing, especially since I haven't been writing at all today. I've done just appointments back to back. I will need some time to refocus, because my brain is pretty chaotic. I think I need some more coffee too. So Mom Maggie says hello to Kaufman. Rachel says, I think there's so many anthologies to submit to that's becoming difficult to decide which I have time for. I see. Yeah, I mean, we only did it because people were asking for it for 2 years in a row from the conference. And if it wasn't something that people were really going to be interested in, I would not have done it, because that was just another thing on my plate to do they didn't need before the conference. And this conference year was just really rough. So, yeah. Rachel, that's where I am. Too many things to do. GI with the sprints today. Go with the sprints today, maybe. Wishing I could join. I just want to write. I understand. I will be writing, but 30 minutes is not long enough for me, having just come back from appointments and trying to get my brain to reset. And I need to get a drink. And I just heard some noise out in the living room. So I need to see what's up with my kiddo. I'm sure he's fine, because I would be hearing something, but I just heard something falling or hitting the ground. So I'm going to go check on him to make sure he's okay. This will be admin test time for right now. I need at least 40 minutes, right? I'm the same. I need like 45 minutes. An hour is best for me. But submit to them all, 100%. Yes. I agree. If you could do it. I'm going to be doing my own anthology later this year. It's going to be a dragon anthology. I was hoping to put it together in August, but besides the writing, I am working on some things I'm hoping that is going to help me further my author career. And I get like this thing in my mind where I'm like, I can't really say it, because if I say it, then I might jinx myself. I did that with my very first Kickstarter. I didn't tell anybody I was doing Kickstarter until like right as I was about to go, because I was like, I don't want to jinx myself. And so I don't know. We'll see how it goes. And between August, September, I'll be working on that. So I don't know. I don't know when I'll do the anthology, but I want to do one that's dragon. But I'm so engrossed in my novels. That comes first. I want to get back engrossed in my novels. It's been minutes since I've been in it. I'm sure I'm probably going to have to read some of it, because the last time I wrote on my novel was June 1st, because June was chaotic with the conference. So Margaret, hello. How's it going? I hope all is well. I just came back from vacation. So this is my first time seeing people. I wrote something in Chandra's and now these flash fiction streams, but now I can't find it. Oh no, maybe they still have it, because they do it in a Google document. I would reach out to them and see if maybe they might have it. I totally jinxed myself. It's a site game. Yeah, it's a site game for sure. I don't know if you're saying that for me or if you're saying that for you. That's a thing for you as well. But yeah, it's definitely psychological. It's there. All the writerly things and none of the available brain cells. Hi, Margaret. Rachel, hopefully aiming to give myself more writing time on weekends to reach new goals. A little harder to track word count, though, since I'm revising. You're going on Sundays, right, for the 80 August K? I think that's when I saw yours, Rachel. I don't remember when I saw yours or Mom Maggie's. All right, Mom Maggie, you said you didn't know. It's been a minute since I've been in my email, y'all. I have not checked my email. That's probably another admin thing I need to do. I've seen things come and go, and like there was just one important one that I saw. Which, by the way, the important one that I saw, and I passed it on to Dale, so he'll probably talk about it in his. I don't know if he's doing another Monday night. He's going to pause his Monday night live streams where he did all the updates in the indie author world. But if you've ever used the website BKLNK, so it's book link, but without the I, and it's BKLNK. I actually have a few videos in which I mention it, and he's got a video that mentions it. It was a free website that you can go to, and you put your not your ISBN, your Amazon ASIN in, and it will tell you all the categories that your book's in. Now you get to choose, right? 3 categories on the back end of your book when you upload a book to Amazon. 3 categories. That's it. That's all you can get. Used to be you could request to be added to more, but you'd never see more. Now you can't even request to be added to more. I mean, at least I've heard you can if you make a certain dollar amount, but I don't know if that's true. So you can only have the 3 now. But if you go to that site and you put your ASIN into it, then it will show you all the categories that your book is actually in. And I had to do this a lot during the first couple of years I was publishing my fantasy trilogy because they kept putting it as a children's book. I'm like, this is not a children's book. There's stuff in here that should not be for children for reading. I was like, why are you? Because Amazon will put you in a category that they think fits your book better. If even if you choose one, and then to change it, then you email them, and they have a whole system for it, and say, hey, my book is in this category, should not be in this category, should be in this category instead. And they change it every single time. But for like the first year, I had to struggle with my books to continuously change it. And so the only way I could see all the categories was by using that website. Well, the guy that owns the website, he's getting rid of it. Like, he's not doing it anymore. And that was the email that I received. And I passed it along to Dale, and it's a possibility someone out there might buy it. It's a free website for authors to use. It's only for Amazon books to see what your categories are. And I think it does a couple other things on there as well. But that's pretty much what I used it for. So anyways, that's going away. And it's, I think he said that the URL it goes away in 1 September is when it's done. And so, and I think he was trying, if anyone was interested in buying it, he wanted to do it within the next couple of days. And that was the email from a few days ago. So I don't know if anyone's buying it or not. Right, Maggie, those brain cells are skipping town. Yes, mine's open by on Sundays. Oh, okay, cool. I try to stay off as much as I can. I try to stay off of the internet on the weekends. I'm not always successful. And of course, sometimes I do, a Saturday, 12-hour day on a Saturday. And then the only day that we really can do recordings for the podcast is on Sundays. So, but we don't have any in August. So I might be able to come for 1 or 2. Did you put that in the email? I know the email kind of started getting long with people talking, but I don't know. Did you share the invite, or how do we get invites for people? Same, Kaufman. Most of my work is revision right now. I have too much time. I get distracted from the task. I use first sprints as warm-ups. See, I don't ever have too much time. I'm almost always in the case where I don't have enough time. And that's because I can like super focus on things. Yeah. I am 7 a.m. Mountain Time on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and 7 p.m. Mountain Time Monday and Tuesday. Wow, you got a lot of time you're doing it. I goofed on my schedule sprints, so I'm rescheduling now. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Pagosa Cliff's Anatomy books kept getting put in cozy romance. Oh no, and they are not cozy. No, they are not. And now how would you know where Amazon's putting them when this website goes away? I'm sure you could probably, I just heard something else drop out in the living room. I need to go check on my kiddo. I'm sure that you could probably email Amazon and ask them which categories you're in, but this is a lot. Taking Wednesday and Thursday off because of medical things. Understood. Makes sense. You got to take care of you. Gabriel, hello. Hi. Haven't been for a while. I'll join after snacking a bit. What time on Sundays do you plan to schedule? From Rachel to Kaufman. Cool Gamer, hello. Nice to see you. Okay. All right. I need to find a 30-minute sprint. Let me see. I like this one. I didn't share myself any sprints timers because I was waiting to see what you guys wanted to do. No, don't start yet. All right, 30 minutes on the clock. Nope, I'll send out info today, Sundays at 4 p.m. Eastern. So that's 3 p.m. my time. Oh, that's not too bad. I may come sometime then. Me too. I know you like to go kind of later in the day, and I'm not really a late person. But 3 p.m. is not too bad. I can still get some productivity in. So I'll probably be joining you as well. Okay, find the right button. So I don't have a question up there yet, but what I would say is, what are your goals for August? I know that some of you guys said what you were working on, but which one are you doing specifically? Like I'm doing the 80K specifically. I didn't choose a plan. There are a few plans you can see in the description box below, where if you're doing like 80K and you want to do daily, it's 2,580 words a day. Or if you want to do 21 days or 10 days, it kind of breaks it down by days, how many words you're doing. My life is always too chaotic to say, yep, I know I'm writing every single day or whatever. But I know I can easily get the 80K if nothing else happens in my life. I can sure do. Yay, it's a party. Yes. So, yeah. So let me know, which one are you going for? I'm doing the 80K, but I don't have a plan for daily or how many days I'm writing. I'm just going to be writing as much as I can. We'll get started in nope, wrong tab. 3, 2, 1, and good luck. 30 minutes on the clock. And that is time. How did you guys do? I need to get just like one more thing put into this form box I found on my website that I want to volunteer for at a conference I'm going to. Submit. Okay, finished. So I did go get some more coffee, checked on my kiddo, ordered dinner because we're doing pizza. My husband is going to be out until later in the evening. So I need to make sure we get fed. And start checking my email, which I had like over 1,400 emails when I first opened it. I'm down to 1,339. So making a little progress. I'm just trying to see if there's anything specific that's jumping out at me that I need to respond to. And that one I went to respond to because I'm going to Author Nation this year in November, and they're looking for volunteers. And I forgot about this email. I have to do this email too. Our conference would not run hardly at all if we didn't have volunteers. So I understand how important volunteers can be. And I've never volunteered at a conference before, so I think it'd be kind of cool. Also a good way to meet people because I'm not really, I'm an introvert. So if I don't have to talk to anyone, I'm not going to. I will be talking to people because Dale is going to be there, Dale L. Roberts. So he's if you're not familiar, he's here on YouTube. And pretty good nonfiction author who's about to switch over. He said, what day did he say? He had a date set, 9 September. It's his birthday, I think it is. I don't remember what day that is, though. Sometime in September, he's switching over. He's no longer going to be doing nonfiction. He's going to be doing fiction, and he writes sci-fi horror, in which I've beta read a lot of his nonfiction books. And he was like, I wish you did horror. And I was like, I do the science fiction part, just not the horror part. But you can't have one without the other. So people were answering the question. Let me put that back up there. So the question at the end of this is, well, what goal are you going for? And hashtag all the words August. And there are some plans that Mom Maggie had put into the write-up for this event. And I'm going for 80K. I can't really choose like a planned time to write because I pretty much live my life the same way as I write, which is kind of like just pantsing it most of the time. Like I have ideas for what I'm doing. Obviously, I talked about that in length before we went on that first sprint about what I plan to be doing. Other than the one thing that I didn't want to jinx myself, so I didn't say anything about it. But yeah, so I have things I know I plan to do, but it always seems like something comes up that changes what you want to do. We have a storm, and we've got lots of thunder. I don't know if you guys will see any of that. Okay, sorry, just checking my phone. Squirrel. Okay, let's get back to the comments. Left off with Rachel saying, "Hey, it's a party." Tier 3 for Mom Maggie, 80K on plan 2, so 5 days a week writing to hit 80K. My goal is just to hit 80K in the month, and my actual goal, like if I want to break it down further, is I want to hit 80K drafting words in my current novel, A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. But I know I have one more like scene. It's probably going to be roughly 2,500 words times 4 for my characters for my Fated Adventures the last month, which will go out next month. So I want to get that written, and I have a short story. I started for an anthology, and yeah. So those are the 3 things I'm going to be writing on. So the one is already brainstormed. I just have to draft it. My book, the way I do my novel is, especially right here in the middle, sometimes I just start writing and I don't even know if I'm going to keep any of it. But sometimes I do try to brainstorm, okay, which I read my brainstorming. Someone asked me if I would read it. It was right before I went on vacation. So I read my brainstorming because I dictate. So sometimes it doesn't make sense. And sometimes I put some stuff in there that I couldn't read on screen because it would be spoilers. But I'm like, okay, if they do this, then this is what they could do. But this is how she's feeling. And so based on that, her motivation might be this. So maybe this is what she's going to do. And if she does that, he's probably going to respond like this. And so that's what my brainstorming kind of looks like. So I do need to do some brainstorming for my book when I get back to it. But yeah. Gabriel says, I'll try tier 2, plan 2. Plan 2, tier 2. Tier 2, plan 2. So 48,000 words, plan 2, which is 21 days. So 48K, that would be basically 2288 words a day, but only on the days that you're writing. So 21 days. So those are weekdays only, so not including weekends. Hi, Keiko. How's it going? Gwenna, hello. Poppy in just now, but been productive since about 6 a.m. today. Wow, you had an early start. I had I had an early start too. I was up at 5, went to the gym, then had an appointment. I took a shower, had an appointment, then had another appointment. And now I'm here. Still going strong, but the kiddo is up now, so we'll see how it goes from here. How's your brain going? I mean, I know I can super focus and I can go, especially if I really get into my writing, I can stay in it for hours and hours, lots of it, many hours. But your story is coming along amazingly. I'm still catching up on the streams I have missed, says Mom Maggie to Kaufman. Hey, JC, how's it going? I hope you had a fabulous week. I did. I slept a lot. Last week I was trying to write. I did still write quite a bit. And it's so funny because I was with my son and I took him to a day camp in another state. And he was like, but you're on vacation. Why are you writing? I was like, because I like to write. When I'm on vacation, I could just write or just read. I don't have anything else I have to do. So that's the idea behind it, right? But I slept for like 3 days straight. Yeah, it was good. Needed the sleep. Hello, everyone, says JC. Sam, hello. Hey, y'all. Doing plan 2, tier 2. 2,288 words a day for 5 days a week. It's really close, like that number's like really close to my childhood home. It was 16401 Southwest 142nd Avenue, lot 288. That was my home before Hurricane Andrew took it away. And when we lived outside for a while afterward. Oh, there goes some thunder. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Hopefully the computer stays on. I'm doing the same tier, Sam. Also, hi, Sam. Nice, JC. 48,000 twins. Rachel is going for tier 3, 88. That's like stuck in my head now, 88. 80,000 plan 2. So based on 5 days per week. If I had to guess, mine would probably be 5 days a week too. That would be my guess. But I think it's going to probably be more like 6 days some weeks and maybe 7 days other weeks. Just depends on what happens for the things I had planned. So it's 21 days, 3,818 average per day available, but non-multiple projects. Okay, multiple projects. Sounds glorious, Shannon. You were well rested. Yes, except for last night, because this was my first day back, right? And I started freaking out because I had 2 deadlines. I already did have deadlines before I even came back because August 1st is when we publish podcast episode. Usually goes out at midnight on podcast platforms. As I was getting ready to upload it, I was rewatching the video back just to check it and found that one of my audio for one of my people were off. It was not synced up right. So I had to start over. And I was like, at that point, I was like, it's not going to be done by midnight. So I just closed it all down. I was also doing my Faded Adventures yesterday. Got half of the packets done and my ink ran out because I had a lot of stuff to print. And that was supposed to go out by today. So half of the people are going to get their stuff. The other half are not. And those 2 things should have been done before going into today. And so I laid in bed like panicking, freaking out. Stop panicking. Go to sleep. Okay, maybe I'll read a little bit. I DNF'd like 3 books in that time. By the time I went to sleep, I had an hour and a half before I had to get up for my gym appointment. And I was like, I got to stop panicking over this stuff. It'll get done. It will get done. Tried to open my Microsoft in Google Docs and it crashed my whole internet browser. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I mean, is it still there? Hopefully you didn't lose anything. I'm gonna guess you didn't lose anything. I mean, still paying that everything crashed. And I have that too. My computer crashed on me yesterday. And I took it to the computer doctor. It was with the tech people and it was a really good computer shop. They said they ran it through the ringer for 2 days straight, ran it overnight, did everything they could. They threw stuff at it. Didn't see anything wrong with my computer. Got it back on Wednesday, but I hooked everything up yesterday and started working on stuff because I had to print the Faded Adventure stuff and work on the video. And it crashed on me and quit and started back up on its own again. And so, yeah, I don't know what's up with my computer. Thankfully, I was working on, I was adding some words to a document that I was trying to print. And it had my sentence there. But when I was typing it, I'm a very bad typer. That's why I dictate a lot. When I typed the sentence and I looked up at it and I had like extra letters in 2 words. So I went and took those letters out. And that's right after that, so my computer crashed. And when it came back on, it had my sentence still there. Thankfully, it just still had the errors in it. So I just had to go and edit it out. The extra letters. It's like I think I did like weeping with a K in there somewhere. I don't know. My fingers hit like buttons. I don't know. But yeah, I had unsaved work on a different tab and just lost like 500 words. Ooh. Gwenna, do you use Chrome? I don't know if you use Chrome, but what I found helps me with that. Where's it at? I found it by mistake once, and so I turn it on, and then I had shut it off when I took my computer in, and I turned it back on when I got my computer back. So I'm trying to remember where it was at. Okay, so if you're on Chrome, wait, did you say if you're on Chrome? Let me see. Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. You're not saying if you're on Chrome or not. Well, if anyone's interested, if you're on Chrome, if you go to your profile on the top right on the Chrome bar and you go to settings, and then in the left-hand side where it says settings on startup, you click the button on startup, continue where you left off. I clicked that one. And so that way, because my computer has been shutting down for a couple months now, it's been doing that. It'll bring everything right back up again. So I don't know if that would help. I don't know what you wrote your words into, what kind of document you wrote it into, but that would bring it right back up again, which has saved me a few times. No, Gwen, I'm so sorry. Yeah. But I mean, I think we might have talked about this before, where the research shows that if you you write something, a draft something, then you set it aside and you write it again, you forget the bad parts and you remember the good parts, so that your writing is stronger when you come back and write it again. And there are some authors who write like that. And we had one, because I got my degree in writing. I can't remember who it was. I can see her face, but I can't remember her name. But she was a well-known published author of literary fiction. And that's what she did. She would write like 17 drafts and she'd put a draft away and start over again. And yeah, it's kind of, I don't particularly like the idea of doing that, but I do sort of do it in my process, because I'll draft. I don't really plan a whole lot. I know the beginning and endings of my books, middles, I don't know. Sometimes I know like certain beats, but if I get to a certain point in my draft where I realize the story is not going to go to get to the end, I will start over again. But I will take out some of the scenes that I thought worked really well. But then other ones, I'm like, okay, I like that scene, but I didn't like the way I wrote it. Then I'll just start it over again. But I do read through it, put it aside, and then write. So I swear my productivity was fine until now. I want to chuck this whole tablet and rage quit. Hopefully it's not me. You came onto my stream, and then bad things happening. There are some people who are doing 1K or 500 words 6 days a week, so it works out to 26K or 13K. I like that. I like the 8s better, but that's just me. Oh, no, but don't quit. You got this. Yes, to Gwenna. But it's about routine, not the count. I love to have a routine. The only thing that really only kind of sticks is the routine when I set up my sprints during the week. But even then, sometimes things will take over. So I know, like, what day is it? Is it next week? Yeah, next week, Thursday, I think it is. I can't do my normal Thursday stream because it's open house for my son's school. So that's about the only routine I really have that sticks most of the time. Write what you want, when you want, just do it regularly. But I do write pretty regularly. Don't you dare quit, Gwenna, says JC. The only thing keeping me from screaming is Leah being home today. I don't know what ISTG means. It's a new one for me. Said with love. I don't use Chrome. Oh, okay. So yeah, it's a Microsoft tablet, probably. Yeah, I don't know if they've got anything like that. But you were in Google. You were trying to get Google to change it to a Google Doc, a Word doc into a Google Doc. I'm so sorry that happened. Tablet. Yeah. I only use Chrome to stream on Twitch. I swear to God. Oh, that's a brand new one for me. I've not heard that one. Gone for 2.5 weeks, and there's all new language I get back. Just kidding. Okay. Got to the end of the comments. I was going to try and come up with something to put in. Maybe I'll figure out something here. Sorry, my brain just jumped. It's okay. I took a lot of breaths and I'm now rewriting it. It's going to be stronger. Just keep that in mind. It's going to be stronger. Even though you do have to rewrite it, it's going to be stronger now that you're rewriting it. Wow, I just got the notification for myself that I'm live on my channel. Well, thanks, YouTube. But yeah, okay. I don't want to do like another 30-minute stream, another sprint. I mean, your reminder about your brain remembering all the best parts did help. Okay, good. Yeah, I hope the rewritten part is amazing. It's going to be amazing. We're just going to say it's going to be amazing. We're going to believe in that. Edge has limited recovery. I don't like using Edge. Well, that was a late notification, right? How long have I been going? About an hour. Yep, right about an hour. And I just got the notification that I'm going. So the good thing I'm going for a while then, so I can catch myself. So, alrighty. How do you guys feel about a 45-minute sprint? I think there was someone earlier, I don't know if they're still here, because I can't remember who it was, who said that the longer sprint would probably be too much. But I feel like 30-minute. I just did a 30-minute one. I feel like that was too short for me. Why am I looking at 1 hour timers? And I said to you guys 45-minute. Well, I think I only have one 45-minute timer. I have a Halloween 45-minute timer. I'm not going to do that one. Let's see what you guys say. Wait, you're not doing long sprints? I want to do a long sprint. Do you want to do a long sprint? I prefer to do an hour one. YouTube, of course. Yes, 45. Okay, yes, a 45. All right. YouTube says you don't need to know what you're doing. Right, because it doesn't care if I catch up to myself. I just finished watching, like, I don't really watch TV, but I was watching TV while I was like in and out sleeping last week. And I was watching The Lazarus Project. It's a British television series that's on Netflix. If you don't like shows that end on cliffhangers and that they're canceled, don't watch it. But I really did love the concept. It was about time travel. Oh, wait. For a 12-hour marathon, I expect 45-minute sprints. Is that weird? No. I'm glad you expected, because I would like to do 45 minutes. At least 45. Well, see, I put a poll up at the beginning, 30, 45, and 60. And 45 minutes won with, 30 minutes won with 43%. So almost half of the votes went for 30 minutes. So that's just what I come to expect from a Shannon stream. Well, I'm glad that I'm setting up those expectations, because I think I'm going to think about it for a couple more days. I do think about things for a while, and I've been thinking about this for a couple of weeks, that my normal 45-minute sprints that I've done during the weeks, at least for half the days for the summertime, and 3 days when I was doing it before that, I think I'm going to change everything to 1 hour, because 1 hour works best for me, because it takes me like a minute to get back into my writing and to figure out where was I at, what was I doing, what was I thinking, the feelings, what was happening. So it takes me a couple minutes to get into it. And that's after I'm like, okay, did I mute? I mute. Did I close the camera? Well, camera was off during the week, but did I put this banner up? Yes, I put the banner up. Then think about story. So by the time I get into it and then I write, I have found my sweet spot for major concentration. It's like between 52 and 55 minutes. So an hour is perfect, because that gives me like a 5-minute buffer to make sure I did all the things before I jump back into my document and then get reorganized or reoriented. What's the word I'm thinking? Reoriented about what I want to do with my writing. So that 1 hour, it works really, really great for me. Kona is giving me the side eye, so I better take her outside. LOLBRB. Yeah, take care of Kona. Okay, let's do the 45-minute if I can find one. I don't think I have too many 45-minute sprints. Timers. Got a lot of 5-minute breaks. No. Do I only have one 45-minute timer? I think I only have one. 30-minute 45. Yeah, I only have one 45-minute timer. So we'll go with this one. If anyone's got any 45-minute timers, I can do that next. I have a different mouse. I'm not used to this mouse yet. I keep getting lost at the stage. There you go. Yeah, do it works best for you. People will break them up however they need to. If it doesn't work for them, just do the hour if you want to lessen the time. That's what I'm thinking. Or just go for an hour. I'm thinking that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do an hour starting next week. Just because that just works better for my brain. I know it doesn't work for everyone, though. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. Find the right button. All right. and 45 minutes on the clock. And I'll see everyone in 3 at the other side, on the other side. 3, 2, 1. Good luck. right, that's time. Whoa. Why do I look so big on the screen? This one? There we go. It's like, why am I taking up the whole thing? How did you guys do? I still didn't start my writing yet. I finished up checking my email, that one thing that I need to do. And I actually didn't finish. I got distracted with something else. I went there and finished that. And then I remembered, oh, okay, my video for my podcast episode that needs to come out today is probably done rendering as far as taking out the pauses. So now I need to go back through it and edit it. And I got about 20 minutes through. I've got about 23 more minutes to get through. So I should be able to finish that. If we do another 45-minute sprint, I should be able to finish out on the next sprint. Probably won't get finished uploading everywhere at this point because I still need to do the description, title, all that stuff. I haven't written that yet. And do a thumbnail. And I do a thumbnail for YouTube and a thumbnail for the podcast channels because I use an aggregator through Spotify, and it pushes out to all these different podcast platforms. So yeah, probably 2 more sprints and I'll be done with this. And then maybe will I be done with everything that I can go ahead and start writing? I bet you that's when my husband will come home with the ink and I can finish off my Faded Adventures packets. So the deadlines I had yesterday that had to be pushed off because things went wrong. So what I'm doing right now. So I've not been able to start writing, but I mean, I still have several hours left in this stream. I feel like I have like an eyelash or something stuck in my eye. But yeah, so I should be able to write at some point today. Some point. All right, let's see how you guys did. Okay, 17 comments. Left off with, or just go for an hour. Maybe do an hour next. That was the timer. Yeah, it is. I love that timer. It's so pretty. I made it a couple of years ago. A few years ago. When was it done? When did I post it? I posted it, it says 2 years ago. That's when I posted it. So, but it's the only 45-minute timer I have. So if we keep doing 45 minutes, you're going to keep seeing the same timer. Or we can go to an hour-long timer and have quite a few hour-long timers. I don't think I want to go down 30 minutes. Wow, I love this dog. We get outside and she just looks at me like, why'd you bring me out here? And stands there doing that for a bit before deciding to finally go pee like 2 drops. Oh, poor girlie. She only went like 2 drops. Like everything's, I only have this on my brain because my oldest kitty just went through this. I was like, for a couple of days, she was acting kind of weird with her litter boxes and she was going to all of them and like over and over again and meowing. And then she suddenly like sprayed. She's never sprayed before, ever. Sprayed at one of our bathroom doors. And I was like, what's going on with this girl? And she's older. So I was like, I mean, older cats, they're, all animals really, they kind of start acting crazy, a little bit different. Not crazy, but, they just not their normal behavior that they did when they're in the best of their health. And so I was like, maybe it's just an old thing for her. Because we had one cat when I was growing up who would go all the way to the litter box, get in, but then hang his butt outside the litter box and go outside the litter box. And he only started doing that when he was old. So we didn't know why he was doing that. It was just started. So, kind of just things you wouldn't think they would do. And then it hit me. I was like, well, what if she's got a UTI? And so I said something to my husband. It was right when I was getting ready to leave to take my kiddo to his camp. So I couldn't take her to the vet, but he took her and it was a UTI. So I was like, what do all these symptoms mean? I couldn't think, like, what does this mean? She keep going to every litter box in the house. And we have several, meowing at the top of her head, like her lungs, wrong body part. Saying like a sound that I just have never heard her make before. Yeah. So I don't know. And so, when she'd go pee, she'd go like 2 drops as well. She wouldn't pee very much, except for when she sprayed the door. Yes. Love the timer. Thank you. LOL Sam. Hopefully Kona feels better. Hopefully it's not that. Rita, hi. I'm doing our podcast episode. I don't know if you're still here, but I thought I was done with it yesterday. I was getting ready to upload it everywhere and then realized I didn't sync the audio right. My computer crashed on me and my program just wasn't working right. So I'm listening to you talk again because I'd already gone through and edited it. But with the audio not being synced up, I had to do it all over again. I hope you had a great time on Vicky. Missed you. Missed seeing all you guys too. I can't lie. There's part of me that's like, I don't want to go back to doing anything other than just sit here and read all day and write and sleep. But I was like, yeah, that's not going to work. You've got things you got to do. You have podcast episode that's coming out. So you got to get back up there, get back on. I think it's only because I'm kind of just burnt out right now. I just really feel the burnout. And I just need, I think, more downtime, to be honest. But I miss everybody. Popping in before I go live. Oh, okay. So not here still. Live over on Amazon. We'll come back afterwards. Remember to smoochies alike, everyone. So thank you so much, Rita. Tiffany, hello. How's it going? I hope you've been doing well last few weeks. Hey, Tiff from JC. Hi, Rita. Hi, Tiff from Gwenna. Gabriel saying hi. Hi, Gwenna, Tiff, and JC for Rita. Hello, Mrs. Outfire Voice. Hello, Devin. Oh, it was so nice to see your comments when I first got on. I don't know why, but this happens like every time. Like, I'm okay doing live streams when it's like writing live streams. It's just not really that much anxiety with it, except for when I take a break. And I didn't really have time to think about being anxious this morning because I had back-to-back appointments and gym and taking a shower and and all that stuff. And it was like 8 minutes before we were getting ready to go. Like there's more than me. I mean, I was supposed to have some other co-hosts, but I don't know when they're coming in or out. I haven't heard anything from anybody yet. So, but might be a we later. But right now it's just me, myself, and we. We're sitting here 8 minutes until I'm about to go live, and I start getting anxious. Like, oh my gosh. And then I saw the comments, which I had seen earlier, and I left a couple notes, but my notes were mostly along the fact that I didn't realize I put the wrong time on the thumbnail. So saying hello, and it just made me feel better. I don't know. It took like some of my anxiety down when I saw your comments. So I was like, okay, yeah, I got this. We're just back in the regular swing of things. As much as updated, got as much updated and loaded up and scheduled as I can. Time for a break. Good luck, everybody. I'll be back soon. I think that's what that means. Hey, Rita from JC. Hey, Devin from JC, and JC from Devin. And I hope Kona is okay. It's been a tough summer for Sam. Oh, yes, that's true. I hadn't gone that far in my head. Hopefully Kona is okay. Probably just being a diva. I don't know. I don't know if Kona usually is a diva or not, but I would say my oldest kitty, she's definitely a diva at times. But yeah, we're talking about Maine Coon. Oh, yeah, that was at one of my appointments. I really wanted a Maine Coon cat, but they're high energy when you first get them. And I thought, I don't need something that's higher energy when I'm higher energy dedicated to my writing. Because we were talking about if we won the lottery. That's what I was talking about with one of my appointments. I was out with the person I was seeing. And I told her, I was like, if I ever won the lottery, if I came into like a lot of money, I don't think I would tell anybody, to be honest, because people be weird. And I definitely don't want no family coming out, the word work with hands out, like, give me some money. I know one particular person in my family who would try to say that, who would try to do that because it's happened before. But, and we don't like have a lot of money, but it's happened before. And I was like, I think. And then I think we started down the path, like if like something like a book I wrote or something took off big and made money, I was like, yeah, I probably win the lottery before that happens. But either way, I wouldn't be telling anybody if I had like a lot of money. Why am I thinking that? How to get down that path? I have no idea how I got down that path of thinking. Yeah, you got this. Is that me? Or is it someone else? I went off in somewhere else in my head. So I don't even know how I got to this conversation. Hey, did anyone, by the way, see the oldest riddle in this thing here? Which Rita's not here, but it's actually part of the next packet, the Faded Adventures packet. So the oldest riddle in the world. This is actually the oldest riddle. There's a house. One enters it blind and comes out singing. What is it? And it was in Sumerian text, like over 4,000 years old. I thought it was really interesting. I'm not doing anything today, just recovering from feeding 100 bantings. I did get the Witch's Sword back from the editor, though. Woo! Wait, is this? I've lost track of the books again. I know the Witch's Mirror's last, the Witch's Crystal, and the Witch's Sword. Which am I editing? I probably need to. I think you're having me edit the third book you're writing, right? So I've got to read the second book so I can catch up. But yeah, I will be joining you as soon as I get back from the child's appointment. Yay, friends. I always wish that I could win the lottery. And then I remember that I had to play first. Right? My last duty assignment when I was in the military, which was stupid assignment. I was glad I was getting out. Let's just say they decided that my job could go to civilians, and so they stopped promoting people. And so I was an E5 and an E7 slot. Try to tell people what to do, because I was in the battalion headquarters. And so I had companies underneath me and try to tell those other E7s, hey, I need this from you. And they look at you like you're E5 and are like, well, what are you telling me? Like, hello, I'm the S1 here. You got to give me this stuff or you're not going to get what you want. And I played by the rules. Anyways, but yeah, when I was taking over, the female that was there before me, I think it was Stevenson or something. I don't remember her name now. But anyways, she played the lottery like consistently every week. And I had the only time I ever bought a lottery ticket before that was for when I turned 18. I turned 18. I bought all the things I could buy when you turn 18. I bought cigarettes. I don't even smoke. But my boyfriend did, so I gave them to him. And bought a hotel room for the night for a party. And I had a big party there. And got a lottery ticket. And yeah, so it was fun, but I didn't win anything. And that's the only lottery ticket I ever bought. So I started buying some with her. Never won anything, not a single thing. I gave myself $20 and told myself when I run out of $20, whatever I've gained from the lottery tickets, I can put back into the lottery. I won nothing. So once the $20 was gone, it was gone. I didn't do any more. But she had won the lottery twice in that year. One paid for her brand new car, which was like $167,000. And the other one, I don't remember what she did with it, but yeah, she won. I was like, how can you win twice? This is not fair. My brain has mush too. Need more downtime, but of course I added a whole event series this coming holiday season. What's your event series? I don't know what you're talking about. I go away. People are doing lots of crazy things that are wonderful. They sound wonderful. Holiday season event series. It sounds really cool. Hey Faye, how's it going? Angel Faye writer. Long time no see. Yeah, I was on vacation, but I think it's just been minutes since we've caught up anyways, right? Mom Maggie says, I never remembered to buy lottery tickets. I just decided after that it just was not for me. And I think I've said this before for people who've been on my channel, so it probably sound familiar, but like in the times of my life when I needed money because my electricity had been shut off and I had no food in the house, needed money. I'd come into money somehow, whether it was like a relative I hadn't seen in a long time, stop by and buy me some groceries. That happened once. Got lent $100 by somebody one time so I could buy diapers because I had no money for diapers and I had a baby. So whenever I've needed money, it's come, but it's never been like a lot of money. So it's not like money's going to make me rich. But whenever I've done anything for like this luck based, like lottery, I don't ever win money that way. So I just figured, you know what? I'm just supposed to accept what I have. And if I get more than what I have, then enjoy it, but don't want more than what I have so that I can enjoy what I do have. That kind of thing. I was a lottery loyalist before I got married, then #wife life, #mom life took over, as it does. What keeps me from buying the lottery tickets is I think of the people who play every single day and never win, and I skipped down a level, and how much money that is down the drain. So I just don't play, LOL. Yeah, I'm just not good at spending money. I don't like spending money, which is why I'm okay where I'm at right now. But my husband was a big spender when I met him. And I don't really like going to casinos. I've been to a few. I've been to casinos where I never spent a dime on gambling. Yeah, I've never spent a single dime on gambling ever. The last casino I went to, which was not the cruise, because I went on a cruise last year and there was gambling there. There's casinos, but I didn't stop. But my husband and we took a trip to go to a casino with friends. And I told him my motto, which is you give yourself this much money, whatever that amount is, and that's all you have. If you make money back, then you can use that money for more gambling. But if you don't, once all that money's gone, then you're done. And he liked that idea. So we gave ourselves a $300 limit. And when we got home, his $300 was gone and I had $295. And I spent the $5 not on gambling, but on some food. So, yeah, I just couldn't do it. I couldn't bring myself to gamble. I think that I'm not supposed to have that kind of luck. How is vacation? I'm currently working on my first paranormal cozy mystery. Wow, that sounds exciting. What's it about? Vacation was good. So I took my kiddo to a day camp last week. And it was at Vanderbilt University. So it was really an overnight camp, but you could do day camp if you're local. And I was like, well, my kiddo's not really ready for overnight yet. He's neurodivergent and there's just things, bodily things and things like that he's just not ready to be on his own yet. So I I got to stay in a hotel room and sleep a lot. I tried to stay awake to write, and I did write a lot toward the end of the week, but the first 3 days I just kept falling asleep. So I don't necessarily desire to be rich. I just think of all the people I could help if I just had the money to do so. Yeah, I was actually thinking that too. When I was thinking about, okay, if I had the money, I would probably do this and I do that. I was like, what? None of this stuff is for me. I'm just giving the money away. So, but and I was like, yeah, what would I do with all the extra money? I have everything I want. I have everything I need. I love my car. My husband's like, you have an old car. We should get you a new car. And I was like, I like my car. I don't want a new car. I want my car. Because we were just talking about, when we were getting close to paying off his truck. And he was like, let's just take this extra money and put it all down the truck and pay it off. I'm like, no, we're paying it off slowly. I said, I still pay a little bit extra over what's due. But I was like, in about 10 years, we want to build a house and we may have to partially get a loan for part of the house. So we need to keep our credit score good, which means you need to have loans. You have to show that you are a good borrower and pay things on time. And he was like, well, we'll just pay my truck off and get you a new car. I'm like, I don't want a new car. I like my car. And my car's paid off. It can pay it off for a little bit. But I was like, I don't want to get a new car. I like my car. So it's blue. It's a really pretty blue color. And I searched everywhere. And this was a couple of years ago when I got it, but it was an old car. Like it was not a brand new car. And my husband was like, don't you want a brand new car? I was like, yeah, they had that color. So I saw that one in a used car lot. And I was like, I'm taking that one. I went back to it 3 times and I ended up getting that one. So, my husband once in a while buys a lottery ticket, but never won. Yeah, I've never won. I've never seen my husband with a lottery ticket. I never even asked him if he's ever bought one. We've been married a long time. I don't even know if he's ever bought a lottery ticket, but he knows how I am with money. Like I don't like to spend money. I have the whole holidays mapped out in my next newsletter from September to January. Everyone should sign up for goodies, first dibs, and pre-launch party only 2 newsletter subs. Okay, so I'm going to learn about it when you send your next newsletter. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't remember when you do your newsletters out. We've talked about this. You do it at the beginning of the month, or you did do it at the beginning of the month. I think you changed it. Did you change it to like the first something of the month now instead of the first day of the month? I don't remember what you told me. I've always done mine the 4th of the month, but I think come 2026, I'm going to choose to do it like the first Monday of the month, unless it's the 1st, and then it'll be the next Monday. I don't like sending newsletters on the 1st. Don't get me wrong. I would like to be content and comfortable financially. Yeah, wouldn't we all? I mean, I say that we're fine. And right now, where I'm at in my life right now, we're okay. But we've not been okay many times. So I understand the need to feel that. An ordinary female detective finds out she can see magical creatures in her world and hears their cries for help with her pet companion. Oh, I love that. So the magical creatures are these like, hear their cries for help. Are they more like animal creatures or like magical creatures like fae or fairies and stuff? Or is it like a mix? Like, I guess I'm thinking about sentience and like if they can talk. But that sounds really cool. I really love that idea. I think it's amazing people who can write like mysteries. Like my Fated Adventures is a mystery, but it's not like you're trying to find out who done it. You're just trying to find somebody, and then you find somebody, and then you try to figure out what to do from there. But I don't know. It's a mystery because you are trying to figure out something, but it's not. I don't think it's like a true mystery, like mystery novels with detectives and stuff. Because you really have to plan. Like you have to know, like, okay, here's the ending. Here's who did it. Who's what they did it with, where they did it. Like clue, right? And then you have to like be able to backtrack it and figure out like what are all the clues that led up to that point. And it's just a lot of planning. And I think it's amazing people who can do that and their brains work well with that. You'll get to edit my next book, The Witch's Dagger. Oh, why was I thinking it was one of these 2 books that you were doing next? So I guess that would probably be early next year, maybe, or later in the year. You need to sleep. Yeah, I guess I need to sleep. Hello, let's stop fire again. Love you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's good. It's okay. No, just kidding. I actually had my appointments, and it's so humid out here. I'm sure you're probably getting more humidity than we are here, Esther. And hi, by the way. I don't think I said hello. I feel like I just said what you said was hello. So I walked outside after my shower, and my hair went, and I put leave-in conditioner, heavy cream, and oils into my hair to try and weigh it down, and it still poofed out. So when I got back from my appointment, I had like less than 20 minutes. And I was like, okay, gotta do something with the hair. Gotta get it to lay down. And I think being inside with air conditioning is helping. Hey, Esther from JC. Super pretty blue car. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you've seen my car. I love the color. It's so pretty. I like Hyundais. I've had a Hyundai. My very first car was a Hyundai. And so I was like, I kind of want to go with Hyundai. And so I thought I went and looked at the brand new ones they had. And what year was that? 2021, 2022? I think it was 2022. And they didn't have that color. And my car is a Hyundai. And I was like, but this one over here that's a used car has this color. Can you give me a car like that one? That color? And like, no, we don't make that. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to go for a brand new car then. My newsletter is now the second Tuesday of the month. Okay, I thought you said you had moved it to something else. Like you used to do it like the first, and then you moved it second Tuesday. I probably won't remember that, but at least I remembered the part that you second Tuesday. So okay, so next week then we're going to get the newsletter on the 5th. Nope, that's the first Tuesday. So the 12th. It's not next week. It's 2 weeks from now. So you're telling me I have to wait 2 weeks to find out about this season holiday mixture? A mix. I think I lost the thread on that one. Yep, you'll read all about it next. Oh, there it is. Party. Party. Though she does it in her world. Oh, the mix for the creatures. Okay, so some sentient, so some like creatures, some like fae and sprites or something like that along those lines. Gotcha. Okay, I remember the thread now. Though she does it in her world and the parallel world. Oh, so she's able to go between the two worlds. That's pretty cool. We had crazy heat waves, so drier than normal. Oh, we have a lot of humidity. But I mean, we are in a kind of sort of because I think the Gulf is kind of different than like Southern Florida and down by Puerto Rico. Like it's it's almost like we're in a different zone when it comes to some of the weather. And we're like high humidity here. It was kind of a shock coming back from Tennessee. It was hot there, but it wasn't very humid. It was a bit of humidity. But like the first day I was back here, I was like having a hard time breathing. I have asthma. So want to guess who her pet companion? Hold on. Let me go back. Because you said something. Oh, it's her pet companion. You didn't say who it was. Well, I mean, if I had to guess, I would guess what I would want, which is a cat. I don't know. Who's her pet companion? La Nina is dumping all the rain on Colorado. Oh, no. But do you guys need it? Why do I feel like I heard you say that you guys were needing rain like a few weeks ago, maybe. Maybe that was someone else. It said the usual dry summer. Yeah. And it's just really humid over here. Oh, well, Devin's here. Devin, you guys have high humidity over there where you're at? Because she's like on the opposite side. I'm like on the far west side, and she's on the far east side of Florida at the top. At least we don't have a heat advisory today, which that's good because we've had a heat advisory for the last couple of days. Okay, I think I got to the end of comments. Do we want to do an hour-long sprint then? Why I get distracted by myself? I'm like, I've seen something move out of the corner of my eye, and I look down and say, oh, it's my phone. It's me. No cat or dog. The pet is cute and climbs the tree and has chubby cheeks. Oh, it's a squirrel or a chipmunk. Yes, please. Okay, an hour. Let me go find an hour video. Let's just go in order here. So we'll start with the dragon sprint timer. Pause. Oh, someone just joined. I heard her beep. Oh, Maggie. Hi. You can feel free to enter.
I'm not here for long. I am not here for long. I just thought I would pop in and go, ee!
Okay.
Hosting the long stream. Yeah, no.
You said after you took your keto, right?
Yeah, she's having some really bad health issues. They're changing her medication. You know what that's like.
Yeah.
There is voice somewhere. Hold on. Okay. I have too many tabs open right now because I'm trying to create a list like we do with the AWC, the playlist.
Yes.
So I'm trying to get that created, and it's just, but you were like, I'm so lost. And I was like, I will visit you for a minute. But yeah, we were able to get her in this week instead of 3 weeks out, which would
Nice.
be right before I leave to go to Virginia for the other one's surgery, unless they delay it again. So yeah, we got the doctor's appointments yesterday and today. So I pushed back my launch yesterday and then got this morning done. And then, but I will be back this afternoon to join you.
Okay. Well, thank you for stopping
But
in. Good
I
luck.
want to show you something.
Oh,
Okay.
and it was delicious. Okay. So
It's your I, ate some pie and it was delicious.
I have a shirt that's very similar. It's missing an I or something, but never mind. I can't remember what it. So that may know. Mine just says introverted, but we'll talk about but willing to discuss hippos. My son got me the shirt, so I don't really discuss hippos. I was like, I need one that says introverted, but willing to discuss dragons.
Willing to discuss books. Yes, and we have Shiley.
Hi. She was the one that was just up there behind you, right?
Yeah. I have had to set her, since she is my co-streamer, I have had to set her up a co-streaming area. So anyway, thank you everybody so much in the chat and everything for joining all the words August. Yes. Hi, Esther. You know me, I love all the mathy things. It is the reception for it. Everybody is really excited about writing challenge, editing challenge that's not about the word count, that is about the routine, which is honestly, yeah, we all need the routine. Everybody's eyeing the 100K September thing that's coming up with Kate Kavanaugh.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, I'm like, that's a lot of words in 1 month. And I think, Mistress of Darkness. Help me. Tillery. She's doing that over like several months. The Q4 100K. So, but the thing is you can't do these big word count things if you don't have a reliable writing practice. So building the routine, 31 days, 21 days, 10 days, you'll be the weekender writer. Just, it's all about everything. And I so appreciate everybody who is popping up to do all of this and joining all of the writing challenges and stuff now that there's no Mo Nano. So yeah, right. we're all doing things. So thank you for having me. I will see you when I get back from her appointment. I got to make lunch now, and then we have to hit the road. So good luck. All the love. Bye.
Bye. I put a big screen again. I don't know why it does that. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and leave the riddle up there. If anyone want to try to guess, do you guys just want me to give you the answer of what the riddle is? When you hear it, you'll be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, all right. Got a response back from one email that I sent out. Okay. Where did I leave off? So 1 hour, insert evil laugh. Only 2 people have seen the beginnings of upcoming celebrations, ARC announcements, giveaways, time soon, maybe 3. Still working on it. Well, I'm looking forward to it. We were needing rain in May and June, but then it started raining a few weeks ago and it hasn't stopped. So probably don't need it anymore. And squirrel, that's the sidekick. That's going to be cool. So it's not Chip or Dale, right? I mean, I don't know if that's before your time, but the Chip and Dale. No. Hey, Mom, Maggie from JC. Sadly, minimal rain. My potatoes died. Oh, 1 hour timer. LOL. Maggie, cheer and excitement carries me through. So the 100K is over all of Q4, not just September. Q4, when does that start? Is that September, October? Is that October? September? Wait. When did Q4 start in October? So October, November, December, but it's starting in September instead of Q4? Or am I thinking that wrong? Be safe, Mom, Maggie. Thank you for everyone supporting all the words. Oh, yes, I need the answer, LOL. Oh, my God, I remember Chip and Dale. All right, the answer is a school. So there is a house. One enters it blind and comes out seeing. What is it? A school. That is the oldest riddle in the world, found in Sumerian texts from about 4,000 years ago. So I think that was pretty interesting. So interesting to think that the idea of a school has been around that long. So, yep. No, that was my mistake. I meant to put Kate's not in September. Oh, okay. So it's not in September. She's probably going to be talking about it a whole lot probably in September to say it's starting in October for 3 months, Q4, 100,000 words. Yeah, I probably wouldn't be able to do 100,000 words over Q4 unless I have to. I don't know. Only because November, I'm going to be gone for like a week and a half for a conference, and then I take off half of December. So I'm not going to be around for most of Q4. Love, hello. How was vacation? It was good. I slept a whole lot last week, and then I didn't sleep hardly at all last night because I was feeling some anxiety. But yeah, but I'm good. We're going to get there. So welcome. Are you working on anything? We're going to go ahead and start with our next sprint. It is 1 hour on the clock. And I will come up with something different to put instead of the riddle for anyone who is just popping in, like Melve. The riddle was, I'm waiting for it to scroll back around again. Oldest riddle in the world, which this is the oldest riddle in the world. There is a house. One enters it blind and comes out seeing. What is it? And it is a school. So that was pretty cool. All right, 1 hour on the clock. Thank you for anyone who wants to leave out for coming. And then for anybody else, see you guys on the other side of an hour in 2, 1. Good luck. All right, and that is time. How did you do? I finished the third round of editing for the podcast video for the second time. So I did all this yesterday before I realized that my audio was messed up. And then I export just the audio at that point. Once I get the final editing done, I export just the audio with the intro and outro video, or part of they're called bumpers, I guess, at the beginning. But of the podcast episode, I pull all that out, just the audio, and then I compress it so it's the same, like, so that it evens out the audio. And then I put it back in. It's just kind of like the fourth time editing pass, sort of. And then I export, and that's a final export after all the exporting I do. So it is on its final export, which is like at 12%. And it looks like it's going to take probably about an hour and 40 minutes altogether. So once that's done, then I can finally get it uploaded. In the meantime, I did go ahead and start on the descriptions. I had just finished writing the description for the podcast episode, and I was brainstorming some ideas for the title, which I hadn't come across anything. I hadn't come up with anything yet that I like. Yeah. I'm going to go back to the drawing board on this one, because I got a couple, and I'm like, I don't like any one of these. Yeah. What did I do anything else? Oh, yeah, I did stuff a few more envelopes. I saw my Faded Adventures. I started putting it all together yesterday, had everything done. As far as like all the material was done, it just needed to all be printed, and ran out of ink about halfway through. So some of them got out, and the other ones, I just stopped doing the envelopes. I was like, forget it, I'm done. So I thought, well, while I'm sitting here waiting for this stuff to render, when I was waiting for the audio to finish rendering, because that actually only takes like a couple minutes, I went ahead and started putting together the final envelopes so that when my husband gets home with the ink, all I have to do is print off those couple things. I think it's just one more thing I need to print off for each of those envelopes that's left over. It just happens to be the longest piece. So I don't have it right here. I'd show you guys. Do I? Oh, yeah, I do have it right here. It's right here on my printer. So I have the Navarro new sheet. So the ones that are done have the Navarro new sheet. It has a back side, but my ink ran out when it got to the last few ones. About half, well, last few, like half of them didn't. My ink ran out before I could get the back done. So I got my printer right here. So I'm just waiting for the printer ink to come in. And I thought, well, let me just go ahead and put the rest of the envelopes together and take pictures, because I try to take pictures so I remember what I put in each envelope. I also have a spread Excel sheet that I use that has like, okay, so envelope 1 is this, and this is the goal, and what's in it here. What's the goal for envelope 1? Envelope 2, this is what's in it. Here's what the goal is. And especially if it connects to anything that's online, then I say connects to online interactivity. And then I have another column for a separate column for all my online interactivity portions, which this one actually has a lot more online. Actually, I mean, they're getting way more story in this packet than they have in any other packet, because I think it's like close to 5,000 words just in the envelope by itself, which I've been between like 3,500 and 4,500, depending on the character. But it's been roughly around 3,500 for most of them. So this is 5,000 words. I was like, wow, I wrote a lot for this one. And then there's a whole lot of story online as well. So yes. How did I get it? I don't know. So yeah, I don't know where I got off on that. Let me go see how you guys did. 22 comments. Did anyone try to guess the riddle? I like doing riddles. I like jokes too. And I switched over to like more writer related. The first one I did for anyone who came in was the oldest riddle in the world, Sumerian text, 4,000 years ago. What was it? So, I can't remember it. It's a house. Someone walks in blind and comes out seeing. What is it? And it's a school. Something like that. But did I mark where I left off? I did not mark where I left off. I think it was here with Malve coming in, working on work. Same old, same old. I don't think I got to that one. So I think it was the one before that. Yeah, because I left off here saying hello all. How was the vacation? Vacation was awesome. Esther says 100K are a lot of words, but I should be drafting another holiday romance November and December. How long do your books tend to go? Because you write contemporary, right? Because contemporary romance typically is the shorter book. But if you're like drafting and then redrafting and then revising and editing, probably will hit that 1,000 words. At least I do. My drafting tends to actually be, when I'm doing the drafting stages, which includes brainstorming and drafting, it's mostly brainstorming words. My drafting words are there, but it's in my editing and my revising where I add a whole lot more because it's usually like figuring out how to fill in like between plots and plot points and whatnot. So I'm like waving around scissors over here because it just happens to be hand. I was using this to cut up some stuff. I'm playing with stuff here, but yeah, working on work, same old stuff. What? It's Friday. Oh yeah. And you're Eastern. So yeah, you still at work about 3:30 your time. Finally leaving work now to chores before streaming. Happy writing. Ooh, that was an hour ago. So if anyone's got a link for Esther, if you want to drop it, please feel free. Missed the last break, but did manage to continue productivity while the child was trying to put me in a headlock. So I would say my parenting skills are slowly improving. You know what? I think I've told this story, and I don't know if you were there, if you've ever heard it. But like, I don't think you ever quite get it down. I mean, I could be wrong. Like my first kiddo, it was hard as a first-time mom, especially since I had never changed a diaper of a baby ever before. And yeah, and I didn't have to do it. I was in the hospital. So I got home, and the very first time I had to do it myself, it was like, what? And I was like lost because I had a C-section with him. So I wasn't moving too much in the hospital there or doing much with him until we got home. But he was such an easy baby. And I was like, I've got this thing down. I'm a good mom. I'm good at this. And, I look at like the other kids that have like meltdowns out in public and stuff. And like, I do not like that kind of stuff because I'm an introvert and I don't like having attention on me. I get so embarrassed. And so I was like, I'd never want a kid that has a meltdown like that in public. I'm like, I'm gonna do everything I can to make sure that does not happen without, spoiling the kiddo, of course. And so I thought, okay, well, I figured it out. I did this. I got a kid that does really great. And he was really awesome. Not to say that my second kid is not awesome, but he is autistic. And we didn't really know that. And we didn't really know what that meant either. And I had actually stopped going to the grocery store. They taught him his first word to say because he was nonverbal. And whenever he needed something, he'd just start screaming. And I said he started working with therapists when he turned 3. And he had all kinds of therapists, occupational, behavioral, speech. There was another one in there, or ortho, something along those lines. But the word they gave him was help. And that was the last time I went to a grocery store until maybe a year or 2 years ago now. And he's 12. And so he was at the time I stopped going, I think he was 4 years old. Because he wanted something or other, and I don't remember what it was. But anyways, he started yelling, help, 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 all through the store. And I was so embarrassed. And I was like, oh my gosh, people are going to think I'm stealing my own kid. And all the way through the checkout with the cashier. And I don't know why no one stopped me to wonder if I was stealing a kid. But I did not go back to a grocery store for years after that. So, and it wasn't that I was not a good parent. It's, every kid is different. Every kid teaches you something else about what you need as a person to grow. Because I had to find a lot of patience and figure out how to make things work. But yeah, my first one was really easy compared to my second one. I've been having a full day, hoping to get some words in. Came by to give a like. I appreciate that, Jocelyn. I know I saw you over in Margaret's channel not too long ago. Joining for a few hours, get some editing done. Nice. What are you working on? And Lena, have I seen you here before? I feel like your name sounds familiar. But if I haven't, welcome to the channel. If you've been here before, welcome back. Rachel says, took a break, then got the household budgeting done. Hopping back into it. Awesome. Emma, hello. How's it going? Nice to see you. And JC says, Emma, hey. Hey, Rachel. Hi, Jocelyn. Hello, Lena. JC's just capturing everybody. Hi, Homeschool Knockouts. How's it going? Oh my God, the mother of all the writing sprints today. LOL, right? So yeah, it's my first day back after like 2.5 weeks of being gone on a much needed break. Vacation time. Hi, JC from Rachel. Oh, for those who just came in, are you guys working on anything? I know some of you guys kind of shared what you're working on, but And then if you didn't know, this is August80K, 48K, 18K, but it doesn't have to be any one of those. Something that Mama Maggie's been working on for the last few years. And if you look down in the description box down below, there are some links to documents and whatnot. But she kind of broke it out where there's like, where you could choose like the 80K, 48K, 18K for over the month of August. So it's all the words August. And then if you're writing like just weekdays, or if you're writing every day of the month, like what would that break down as far as word count, if that's what you want to get into. And the way she's explaining it, it's a good way to get into routine of writing for, people who are struggling to find that routine to get into writing. I struggle just to find routine, but I don't have trouble writing. So those two don't intersect for me. But I know I'm like the odd man out probably on this. I find lots of time to write, and I should get very depressed if I'm not writing, and that's happened. I often find time to write. Was it one day this past week I wasn't able to write, and I went to bed, and then I started brainstorming a new story in bed on my phone, dictating it. But I didn't mark down what time I started and what time I ended. I could go back and look at my documents, see how many words in there. I try to write and annotate everything that I'm doing as far as my writing life, because that helps me keep on track of like, how am I spending my time writing? So, yeah. Okay, got off on topic. Okay, the Fall Into a Book giveaway push is beginning. So I just tossed a bunch of those ads around. I need to add it to my newsletter pile for the next week. I don't know anything about this Fall Into a Book giveaway push. If you'd like to explain, and or if you have a link for anybody to check it out, or whatever it is that, whatever you want to share, Rachel, please feel free. 12 hours. Yes, that's what it was. I had to come back and do 12 hours because I've been gone for 2.5 weeks. So y'all didn't know, YouTube does not like it when you take a long break. So if you take a little bit of a long break, and the long break, there's no like set guideline of like, you can't take this many days off. But it seems to be a general consensus that you can take like a week off and you're probably okay. But if you take more than a week off, YouTube stops like recommending your content. Not that I really have a lot of content. I just mostly do writing sprints now, other than my podcast. And so, yeah, I thought, well, you know what? When I come back with a bang and do 12 hours, and it's in support of the August 80K, which I was already going to be doing. I have tried to see if we could do like a marathon on the weekend where we all were doing, a bunch of us were doing a bunch of, back-to-back sprints or whatnot. But that didn't really pan out anywhere before I left out on my vacation. So I thought, you know what? Even if they figure it out, I can do it if they figure it out. But if not, I still got this 12 hours I'm doing. And 12 hours for me is not hard. I can get super, super focused. I wish it was 12 hours of writing. I have not started writing yet. I had 2 things I had to get done by tomorrow. Nope. I had to get done by yesterday. And both things failed. And so I've been working on both of those things. So I had to get my podcast episode done yesterday and get it uploaded. And I somehow messed up the syncing of the audio. So I had to redo it. It was midnight. I thought, okay, forget it. We'll just work on it today. It's due out today. I just usually put it on podcast platforms by midnight Central Time. It's still going to come out today, but it's just not going to be midnight because obviously that's already passed. And then my Faded Adventures, I was getting all those packed up. Those were supposed to go out this morning. Only half of them went out because one of my inks ran out. And it's the only one I didn't have extra. Y'all have a whole bag of extra ink back here because I was like, this is going to happen. I'm going to run out of ink. And I went through that bag and I was like, did I not get this one? I did not get this one ink. There's 5 different ink cartridges for my printer. It's a brand new printer too, so I'm still learning it. And I did not get this one. And so my husband's picking that up. But I would have been writing today if it wasn't for those 2 things going wrong. I mean, I'm not really doing a whole lot with the Faded Adventures because I can't really do much else. I mean, I'm just packing envelopes, but that only takes a few minutes anyways once my husband gets home with the ink, but that's not going to be for like probably another 5 hours. So, yeah. Otherwise, I would have been writing all day. I will be getting to writing. I just have to get this podcast episode. Let's see. We're at 32% now, which is what? It's only 20 minutes. It's going to be like an hour and 40 minutes altogether. So most likely this podcast episode is not going to be done before the next sprint is done, which means I could probably go ahead and get my document open and start refreshing myself because I want to write in my book, my work in progress, which is A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. I remember it this time. And I have not touched it since June 1st. It's been a while. JC, Bethany, how are you? Oops, I'm clicking. It's not doing anything. How's the baby? We're doing well, enjoying summer. And you're glowing. I am. I looked at that. I said, that looks kind of weird. I wonder if I could do something. I wonder if it's something on my, I don't know. I don't know what that's from. I have to figure it out. I don't know if it's like a setting on my camera or maybe I have too much light in the room. But I was like, wow, I look kind of like almost like a ghost. That's what I look like when I walk outside with shorts on. But it's awesome, Bethany. I'm so happy to see you. Darn, running at yes, right? Yes. I was just like, no, because I had just was getting to a point where I realized that my podcast episode was also messed up, and I was like, I hate coming back to deadlines I've already missed. I was like, this should have been good. Everything should have been good. But I'm so excited to get this this one out to you guys. It's yeah, it's fun. You've probably already got packet 3, right? Yeah, because I've got one gal in the UK. She always gets it later than everybody else, and she texted me last week to tell me that she got it. So, but there's a lot of stuff that's online, and I was talking back and forth with her, and I was wondering like if people are seeing all the stuff that's online, because there are some videos that go with some part of the online story, and especially like there's tunnels beneath the library, and if you do exploring of the tunnels beneath the library, you'll find the Docellus vault, and in there, if you use your ID card, your student ID card, you will get a vision, which is a video that I made. So I was like just looking at something on my YouTube studio last week, and I realized that the videos didn't have a lot of counts, like view counts on them, because you can see like the number of people watching your video. You don't know who's watching it, but I was like, okay, the view count does not equal the number of people who are in the Fated Adventures. And I was like, so somebody's not making it through. And I'm like, am I making it too hard? Do I need to? And so I was like texting back and forth with her. I was like, well, maybe I should do like a checklist or something like that goes in every envelope in the future. That has like, here are all the parts that you want to make sure you find so that you get the full story, because there's a lot of story online. You get story in the mail, and you also get a lot of story online. In the beginning, the story online is mostly just the romantic arc of the storyline. But there's a lot going on now. So there's more than just the romantic arc. So like in packet 3, there was like the midterm exams that they had at the academy, the practicals that they had. And that has to do with informing what happens in packet 5, actually. So yeah. Anyways, let me go on. I started doing my social media scheduling for August. So I'll probably be doing that for the rest of the day. Well, most of the day. Esther Stream, yay, thank you. 6 p.m. Eastern, that's 5 p.m. my time. So that's like a little less than 2.5 hours. 2 hours, 14 minutes. Did I do math right? I think I did math right. Thank you for sharing it, JC. Kat, heyo. I'm sure I missed it earlier, but did you get, no, I did take it in. And they said they threw everything at it that they could throw at it. They had it running straight for 2 days overnight. Really, it was 3 days, but 2 overnights. Threw a bunch of stuff at it. They said, I have a high RAM. I have like 32 gigabytes, which is what I needed. And I have all the great systems in place to be able to do all the things I tell them I'm doing, between live streaming, my graphics editor program, my video editing program, all the things I do. And they said I have the right computer to do all of it, that can handle it, and nothing went. They could see where my computer had crashed in the past. They could see it in the logs, and they fixed some of the files that were lost. Which I don't really need anymore, but that's okay. And they said, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with your computer. And I was like, okay, cool. So I got it back on Wednesday, but I didn't set it up on my computer, on my desk, until yesterday, because it's heavy. And I threw out my shoulder at the gym on Wednesday. And then my husband threw out his collarbone or something like through here. He's in a sling, so he couldn't pick up my computer. So between Wednesday and Thursday, I finally got it up on my desk and got it all plugged in yesterday. And went to work, and I was working on, I didn't have my graphics program open, but I was working in PowerPoint, and I had a Word document, and I had my website pulled up with my coding, and then I had my sheet that's online that I have all my coding prompts in, because I keep like certain things, like my buttons are stylized a certain way. And so I just keep that coding in a sheet so I can just go grab it and put it into my coding. And so I had all that open, and it crashed on me yesterday. It came right back up again, which is what it always does. So it's not a power issue. We went through all these things over, I talked to the guy in person several times, and then also talked on the phone with him quite a bit. He told him, let me know if it happens again. And so I thought about calling him. It's a computer tech shop. But he did say to try 2 things. And I forgot about those two things that he said to try until I was already started this stream. And one is to plug it directly into the outlet wall, because right now I have it plugged into a power strip, but it's a high speed updated power strip, like it's brand new. I thought it might be a power issue thing as well a couple months ago when I first started having issues. So he said it shouldn't be that, but plug it directly into that. And then he said move it to a different place. Like, it's not touching anything. It's sitting here on my desk, and it's not up against anything. But he said, just in case, put it somewhere else. A different place on my desk, or somewhere else. I don't want to put it on the floor, but that's the only place I can really put it where it can reach my computer. So I don't know. I don't know if it just means I'm going to have to like get a new computer, which would suck, because I mean, this one, it was expensive. I paid a little less than $1,000 for it, which for all the stuff it has in it, it's probably would have ran for a few thousand, but my brother built it, and he built my last computer, which lasted from 2013 until I stopped using it in 2021. And I only stopped using it because it couldn't handle my graphics design program and my video editing program all at once. It couldn't handle all that, and live streaming. So I still have that computer, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. Oh, thank you. I was like glowing. Like, I feel like I'm like glowing. Like it's like really, really bright. But Morgan, hello. How's it going? I was just thinking about you. I know you said something about possibly, was it end of this year, beginning of next year, that you might have time to possibly pick up back again critiquing, partner critiquing. And I would love to do that if you are open. My book's not done yet. So, and I know you've got something going on, your cozy fantasy mystery. I don't remember. I think that's what it is you're working on. Anyways, I don't know if that was still something that you thought might work, and you don't have to say anything here. I will get a hold of you through email. If not, no worries. I'm still going to publish a book, right? I just would love your insight. But oh, you look happy. Probably because I just came back from a 2.5-week vacation. And I got like lots of sleep while I was gone. So yeah, I not that I had meant to. I took my kiddo to a camp in Tennessee, and I didn't want him to go overnight because he's just not mentally ready for that yet. And so I stayed in a hotel room nearby. And like the first 3 days, I could not stay awake. I'd sit down, I'd start working on it, try to type up some words, and fall asleep. And so I just make sure I have my alarm set every day so I could go get him from the camp on time. And I slept like the whole day and all night for 3 days, other than just getting him and getting food. And yeah, and we watched a little Shark Week on the TV. So, but fingers crossed for getting it to stop doing that. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like I said, I didn't think about what he said to try until after the stream started. So maybe tomorrow I will see if I can plug it directly in the wall and see if that fixes it. I just have a feeling it's not going to, but I don't know what else to do. So I'm good. And yes, I'd love to critique later this year. Yay. Okay. That would be perfect. Yeah. I was thinking possibly maybe at the beginning of this year that I would do another Kickstarter for this book, because it's going really, really fast. But I'm thinking, yeah, no, I'm already burnt out. It's only half the year. So the Kickstarter will have to be next year. And this book is coming much faster together, and I can see where I need to do some revising, but I feel like it's not going to take me as long. And I really, really like the story compared to my last one. I didn't like it the whole time I was writing it until I was done with it. So, but this one I like, and yay. Yes, the sleep, I needed it so bad. So, did I get to the end? I think I got to the end. Alrighty, so we're going to head, riddle. Okay, I am full of words, yet I speak no voice. I open with a cover and close with a choice. What am I? Anybody guess? That's kind of this is not as old as the first riddle. I did a riddle already today. It's the oldest riddle in the world. It's Sumerian text. There is a house, one enters it blind and comes out seeing. What is it? And then the answer is a school. And that was found in Sumerian text from 4,000 years ago. So I thought that was really cool. And I actually included that as part of something that's part in the Fated Adventures 5th packet. So, yeah. Yes, Morgan, you got it. It is a book. I felt like the riddle might have been too clear, but then I was like, if it's like really, really clear, that could be confusing, because you're like, nah, it can't be that. That seems like it's obvious. But yeah, that's the right Right. Oh, we did an escape room activity at work today. That was so much fun. I solved most of the clues and decoded the word, but my team only came in second place. I was sad. Yeah, I do really good with the escape rooms too. I've done a couple of them. So I think if you're used to doing, like if you're used to looking for things, escape rooms work really well with that brain, with that type of brain thought pattern. Because I'm always looking for things. Like when I read a book, I'm like, okay, there's a name. What does that name mean? Could it mean something? Well, if that is over there, does that mean that might possibly work over there? Like I'm constantly looking for connections everywhere and figuring out what tiny clues can do this and that. And which sometimes doesn't pan out to be anything at all. But for escape rooms, it works great. The winnings team was 1347 and my team was 1447. I mean, maybe they had two Morgans on their team and you only had one. So I'd give yourself the credit for it. But yeah, okay. I'm going to do another hour-long sprint for anybody that is able to stick around. And for anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. Say hours, 3, 4. So Esther won't have started yet when we come back, but she'll be starting on the next sprint after that. So Esther is going later tonight. There was a link dropped earlier. Hold on while I'm thinking about it. Esther's stream. Let's just go ahead and pin that for right now. So that way we can find it when she gets ready to go. And then when I get my podcast episode done, whenever it gets done and it's uploaded, which I don't think is going to happen for another 2 sprints, then I'll pin that one up there. So if y'all want to go check out, it's with Rita. And oh my gosh, we had so much fun. If you didn't know, Rita is also a singer. She's a songwriter as well, singer, songwriter. And I'm partially tone deaf. And I had watched the video again for the second time because I messed up the first time. But at the end, Ben says something to her. And I was like, did he just ask her to sing? Like sing her outro or something or whatever. I couldn't figure out what he had said, but it sounded like he was asking her to sing. And she answered a question. And I thought, oh, okay, I figured out the question. I inferred the question from her answer. But I thought, you know what, let me just say it. What I thought he said was for her to sing the answer or whatever it was. And she was like, yeah, I'll sing it. And so she started singing it. It was so cool. So true LOL. Most of my team was kind of lost. The blue shirt really makes your hair pop. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess it would. It's complementary colors. I didn't even think about that. I just like blue. Blue is my favorite color. So beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's so sweet. Makes me feel good. Okay. All right. What was it? Y'all, I get off track so easy. And my brain is like chaotic right now. All right. 1 hour on the clock. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get started in 3. Nope, not yet. Did it not go? Oh, it's an error occurred. Why? I don't know why. Let me refresh. Is it showing the error on there? Or is it just not? Okay, I thought maybe it like paused on me, like, or my computer had stopped. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Huh? How did you guys do? My video actually finished. I did my thumbnails. I did my description. Well, I kind of figured that out already, but I was writing it in a different document, so I had to get it over into the document that I save. So got that into the document, because in that document I also put like all of the links to everything, and everything that's needed for the description box. So I got a description in there, the title figured out, got the thumbnail made for YouTube, got the thumbnail made for podcast, got the image made for Instagram, and now I was uploading it, and I'm in the middle of just adding all the metadata to both the podcast platform, aggregator platform, and to YouTube. So I'm almost done. I'll be done with that in this next sprint. So I'm probably like maybe 5 minutes out from finishing. Yeah. So that'll be done. And then I was like, okay, I could start writing next. But what was it? Something popped in my head. I was like, I should work on that. But I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, I do remember what it is. So I do have to do one admin thing as far as the anthology, the AuthorTube Writing Conference anthology. The original last day to submit was yesterday, but we are extending it because we only had 4 people who submit. 2 years in a row, people have been asking for anthology, and then like nobody's submitting. So I'm not sure if we'll be doing it again, because it doesn't seem like the interest is really there. But Laura had also mentioned maybe we should increase the word count, which I was like, well, if we increase it too much, and then people submit because it is an increased word count, now we're looking at not accepting everybody. And most anthologies do kind of cap it at 5,000. Not all of them, but the 2 anthologies I was part of was at 5,000. But there's another anthology, I think we were capping it at 10,000. But that we're a very small group, so we don't have like hundreds of people submitting or anything like that. It's just could probably be like maybe 2 handfuls. So that one's 10,000 just because there's not a lot of us. And then, yeah, most of the ones I see are capped at 5,000, which is kind of short. I mean, the very first time I was asked to be part of an anthology, and I saw they kept at 5,000, it was really, really hard. I wrote a short story that ended up being a novella, and it really forced me to like, because when I kind of wrote out a plan for what I wanted to do, and then I wrote the short story, and it was like at 7,000 words. And I was like, okay, I have to like really cut this down to get under 5,000. I think my final word count was 4,999 words. So, but it really forced me to think about how can I get more of the story across more economically versus, including more of the background, whatnot. So yeah, it was interesting. I only got 3 comments here. Left off with author JC Cover to say hello to Morgan. Hey JC, on the chat break. Oh, the chat break. I scheduled some more social media. Nice. Still have a lot more to do. Well, it sounds like you're making progress. And then Lena says, I finished editing a chapter. Do you have like more chapters you're trying to get done, or like what's your goal? Like, do you have a goal for the day, or I don't know what your overall number of chapters you have to edit are, but it shouldn't take me long to get in touch with Laura and Shelley. They're the other 2 people on the AuthorTube Writing Conference anthology, and I had messaged them yesterday about wanting to know if they want to extend the deadline, and that's when Laura brought up the increased word count, and I saw that they continued the conversation, but I didn't get back in there again yesterday because I was like, this can wait for me tomorrow, because it was still my break yesterday. I just knew I needed to start the conversation because yesterday was the day that anthology was supposed to close. So I told them that between Friday and the weekend, so probably this weekend, I'll send out an email to all of our speakers to say, hey, the anthology is going to go for another month. We didn't have very many submissions, even though it's something that's been requested for 2 years in a row. And that if they could share it with their audiences for anyone who wants to, do the anthology. So yeah, I just need to go drop a quick word over there in the chat that they were having. Melvie says, I was stuck working, so I couldn't answer at the last break, but I'm behind in my envelopes just because my June and July have been bonkers, but seems to be slowing down, so we'll get to it soon. Faded Adventures. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be there. I know I mentioned how it was going to go away after 6 months, which I think the Discord portion will go away after 6 months. And I was super, super excited for the Discord portion. And I know you were in there, and so was quite a few other people. But, just realizing that Discord is not my platform. And when I got that email, mentioning how Discord was going to be including advertisements in the future, to help with their platform because they don't make money. Like for a lot of us use Discord for free. That they were going to use ads. And I was like, oh my gosh, Discord is not my platform. If it was to ever go away, and if I make it an integral part of my adventures, if I make it an integral part of this experience for my readers, and it goes away, then I'm going to be stuck trying to figure out what I'm going to do. So, and then just, it does take a lot of work to be in the Discord. And I was having fun doing it. But when I got so busy with the conference, when so many things were happening, I was not able to get over there. And I thought, well, this is not fair to people who are there. And I had so many ideas for things that I want to do in there. And actually with packet 5, you guys are supposed to get, I have some extras here. So it was a puzzle piece. It's got a QR code on it, but it was supposed to be a puzzle piece with pictures on it that you guys would be able to share, because everybody would have a different one and you could get the answer to a puzzle. But I was like, well, not everybody's in Discord. Not all the participants signed up in Discord. So I was like, well, that's not going to work. What else am I going to do? So I just made the QR code and made a scavenger hunt instead to get it. And it's not an integral part of the story. It's just if you want to figure something out here, you can find out ahead of time what the answer to this. And the answer is, who will die? No, that's the question. Who will die? So, but yeah. So you've got time. I'll probably leave it up there for a little bit on Squarespace, but I'm actually going to migrate everything over to a WordPress site for the Faded Adventures for the future ones. You guys were like my testers and, figure out what works, what doesn't work. And I'm on Squarespace, which is kind of cool for the coding and whatnot that I can do there. But it doesn't like redirect links. So I bought the URL fadedadventures.com. www.fadedadventures.com. You use fadedadventures.com, but it can be www as well. I bought that URL, so I paid for it. And I think I got that one through Namecheap. And through that, I can have it redirected to a website link on my website page, which is what I try to do, so that it would have like its own like landing page. And Squarespace keeps knocking it back. Like, it should be accepted, but it's a Squarespace thing. And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to make its own website, and I'm going to make it, since I don't have the Discord portion, it won't be in cohorts anymore. Because that was the whole idea that in my mind was that I would run this Faded Adventures every 6 months, so that people are going to go through it together, and they could talk to each other and share, their clues and their parts of the story with each other, so that they can see, what's going on in the other characters, with what's happening in their stories that overlaps with their story, and the clues that they're each getting from different people for the overall mystery. And that was kind of my idea. But since the Discord portion, is again not my platform, and I don't know what else I could do to get around that, and also the idea that it takes a lot of time, to be there to talk with everybody. I thought, well, if I just get rid of that, it no longer has to be cohort, which means anybody can sign up at any time once I have it done on WordPress. I don't have it on WordPress yet. But so then I looked at, okay, how can I get the first sticky point that was for half of the participants who did the Faded Adventures, was that they had to choose a character. Which character did they want to follow? So which character story did they want? And that was in the first packet. They got all the information and told where to go. And you can look at all the different characters and figure out which one you wanted based off of, whatever it would interest you, whether it was their quirk or their element or whatever. I gave all the information there for all the different characters, for those who don't know what Malve and some of the others did. But like half of the participants did not choose their character. And so month 2 came up, and I was like, I can't send out month 2 to these people because I don't know which character they're following, because they're going to get the story for the character that they're following. So I thought, well, is there a way to automate this? I can't automate it with Squarespace. So the way it's set up is that a person can buy the experience, but then I would still have to get them and prompt them to choose a character or whatnot, and then put them into the right track so they get that story online, which is what I've been doing manually right now for everybody. But I was like, there's got a way to automate this, that if someone buys it and say they pick Riel, then everything they do is only Riel's story. And so it's automated, goes, okay, bought this. Okay, choose your character. Oh, chose Riel. Okay, here's your next step. That's all just Riel. So you're that track. So you wouldn't cross over with any of the other characters. And again, Squarespace doesn't have that, but WordPress does. So I'm going to be migrating everything over there. I'm hoping to do that by the end of next month, so that October it's ready to go for people to buy it. But we'll see how that goes. Those are ideas I have in mind. I just watched YouTube videos. I was decompressing from work. Sometimes you just have to do that. Oh, I did do that for a minute. I think after like dealing with this video, and then I only got like an hour and a half of sleep last night because I was stressing. Or the fact that my video was messed up. My podcast video was messed up because my audio was not synced. And that's my computer, my program, my like film editing program is not working right because something's not right with my computer. Even though when I took it in, they can't find anything wrong with it. And so it's not running right. So I couldn't tell that it wasn't synced. And I didn't check it before I did all the other editing on it. I was getting ready to upload it and it was not synced. And then my ink ran out on my printer. It has 5 different cartridges for ink. I thought I got all of them, like multiple of all of them. And the one that I didn't get for some reason, I don't remember what was going through my head that I didn't get it, is the one that ran out. And so I couldn't finish doing the Faded Avengers packets. I got half of them done, got them out, but the other half I need ink still. And I didn't have time to go get ink today because I had gym, come home, take a shower, go to appointment, come home for like 15 minutes to get the kiddo, and then go to my next appointment to take the kid. And I had to take the kiddo with me to my next appointment, then come back and then get on here. And I was like, I could just cancel today and I can go get my ink. But my husband said he could pick up the ink. So by this time, it's too late anyways. By 10:30, it's usually around 10:30 when the mailman comes. And I was at one of my second appointment at that point. So it's like, yeah, not going to happen. So I was stressing. I was panicking because I was like, why is all this happening? And I'm just about to go back to work. I should be like, just, I should be relaxed. But it's all right. Generally, I feel okay, but I'm sleepy now. Riddle is stumping me though. Oh, the riddle. I have several answers, but not sure they work. Okay. Let me see the riddle. Oh yeah, this is okay. I can start a sentence, but am not a letter. I can break a paragraph and end a story. What am I? I think the first part I can start a sentence, but I'm not a letter. I think that's kind of confusing because I don't know how it starts a sentence. I didn't make up this riddle. This is a where did this riddle come from? My page reset. I was like looking up riddles. Okay. Hold on. What was it again? End a story. Control F. End a story because I lost it. Okay. It's frequently shared in online puzzle communities and recent books. I can start a sentence, but I'm not a letter. I can break a paragraph and end a story. What am I? So it's the answer is period or full stop, which, like I said, I don't know how that can start a sentence, a period, unless it could be a word that starts a sentence. But period pieces are extravagant. I don't know. So I'm like trying to come up with a sentence here that off the top of my head, and my head's like not working. Yes, I was, but understandable. Must have been something I said. Was it here? Let's say last break, but I'm behind my own. Behind, but seems slow. I probably said something that you responded to, and I already lost it. I'm so sorry. Is it a quotation mark? Would that work? Banner. I could start a sentence. It could start a sentence, but I'm not a letter. It's not a letter. I can break a paragraph and end a story. What am I? I mean, I think quotation mark can work almost as well as period does because I don't know how a period can start a sentence. But yeah, I'm not good at riddles. I have no idea. That was one of my answers, JC. Not sure if it's right. Hello, a tab. These might be dumb answers, but my other answers were your brain. You need it to start it in stories, break paragraph. Yeah. Oh, I love that one. That's so dumb. I love that. I like it better than a period. You can start a sentence with a period. You can't start a sentence with a period. Read Discord. Read Discord. Yes, I was, but understandable. Okay, yeah, being in the Discord. That's what you're talking about. When I said that, I know you were in the Discord. Yeah. Yeah, I really loved it. I loved playing the different characters. And figuring all that out. That was really cool. It was almost like NPCs come to life. But it did take a lot of time. And if I didn't have anything else I was doing, if that was like my job full time, that would be cool. I could do it. But then I started thinking about, well, what if 100 people sign up? There is no freaking way I could keep up playing 13 different characters, talking to 100 different people. There's just no way. People's like comments they would be missed. I wouldn't be able to keep up with it. So I was like, well, what do I do then? Do I hire a team? Would I make enough money at 100 people to hire a team? Don't know if I would. So thanks, JC. The point of a period is literally to end a sentence. LOL. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just chose a bad. It says it's frequently shared in online puzzle communities. Let me see if I can find this through another channel. Ah. Okay, so through a different search bar, I put in the riddle, and it says the answer is word. 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 Words form sentences. New sentences which begin with words start new paragraphs. Stories end with words. Not sure why a period would be the answer. Yeah. I will come up with a better riddle next time. Sorry. I gave y'all a trick riddle. It wasn't a real one. Hi, Miranda. How's it going? Hope all is well. Oh, Rita. It's not you, Shannon. It's whoever came with that riddle. That makes more sense. Yes, word does make more sense. So I don't know why through one search channel it gave me that. I think that came from Reddit. And then this other one, where did it come from? It's got a link. Where's the link? Where's the link? I don't know. How to end a story is a word which you could start a sentence. Oh, I don't know how you say the word. QUORA. So one came from Reddit and the other one came from the Q word. And that any word placed at the beginning of a sentence. Yeah, stupid riddle. I will do a better job. I think I like the last sentence, like not a letter, can break a paragraph, into story. I was like, well, that's kind of cool. And I didn't really think about I can start a sentence. And I think I kind of justified it with like the word period could be like a word. So like I said, like a period piece. Like if you have an art period piece or some type of sculpture or something that's a period piece like that. So alrighty. What do I gotta do? I gotta finish uploading this metadata to get this podcast video up. In about 45 minutes, Esther will be sprinting. I do have her sprint up at the top of the chat box. And then as we get closer to time, I'll probably drop the link for the podcast video because I'll be done with it. Woohoo. So, and then I think I might veg out my brain for a little bit because I need to like got most everything done. At least that one deadline's done. I won't be able to finish the rest of it until my husband gets home in a little bit here. But 1 hour on the clock for anyone who has to leave out. Thank you so much for coming. And for everybody else, I'm trying to find the right button. Why does it say error again? I thought last time when it said error that my computer glitched and that I was losing everybody. No, okay. What are you doing? I'm hitting buttons. Nothing is happening. Okay, it says 0. Try and do this again. There we go. Theater mode. Yay. Okay, 60 minutes on the clock for anyone who's sticking around. I'll see you on the other side in 1, and good luck. right. How did you guys do? Got my podcast episode up and out everywhere. Did the Instagram post on it. That's done. And then I opened my work in progress, my book, Curse of Spikes and Smoke. And I went back like 4 chapters. So I started reading through the first chapter that I read. So it's the last 4 chapters I wrote the last time I did this. And the first chapter was good. I think I just like did an extra indentation or something. But then the second chapter, I actually have 2 chapters that are chapter 49. So it's chapter 48 through 50, but it's 249 chapters. So I don't know what I did here, but I can't really remember what I was doing the last time I was writing this. But yeah, so I'm on the first chapter 49, and I did a little bit of editing in there. It was 5 minutes, 24 words. I should write it down, 24 words. I did write down the 5 minutes because it was like 5 minutes left in the sprint. But yeah, that's how I did. And Esther started her sprint. I forgot until I saw that it was just a few seconds left in this sprint. So I did open another tab. So I'm going to go say hello when we go back. I'm going to go on the next sprint. Left off with word making more sense for the last riddle that we had, which there is a new riddle down below. It has no keys. Oh, wait, sorry. It has keys, but no locks. It has space, but no room. You can enter, but can't go inside. What is it? I don't know if there's anybody still here. You might do it. Oh, keyboard computer, but that might be wrong because a keyboard technically has a caps lock and a number lock on it. It is keyboard. But I think it was like there's no lock, as in like there's no lock to put a key into, probably. Yeah, but that's true. Well, you're really good at picking out these technicalities, Morgan. But yeah, that was it. It's a keyboard. My other guess was a piano, but you can enter a piano, probably, right? Because you can open it up. I don't know. I've never been in one, so maybe if you're small enough, and it's a grand piano, but that might be considered going inside it. Can you tell I love riddles? LOL. You're really good at them. Yeah. Joanne says, hello, everyone. Good to see you all. What are you working on? Hi, Joanne. I have been working on deadlines that I missed yesterday because things didn't go right. One was getting my podcast episode out by midnight, but I didn't get that done. But now I got that done. And then I got half of my Faded Adventures out before my printer stopped working. No, it was the ink that stopped working. One of my inks ran out, which it has like 5 different cartridges in there. And I thought I had like multiples of all of them because I got like a whole bag I bought. And that was the only one I didn't have, the one that actually ran out. So I'm like, oh my gosh, really? So those were due, like, should have been done yesterday with the Faded Adventures going out this morning. So I only got half of those out. But I can't do anything more with the Faded Adventures till my hubby gets home with ink for me to finish off the printing of the rest of these new sheets. So I just started working on my novel, which I'm hoping to finish this month. I have 110,000 words, 458, 110,450 words. But I do know that at the end of chapter 50, which is probably actually chapter 51 since I have 249s, I have just brainstorming notes from my last 12-hour, the last time I did a 12-hour marathon. So these brainstorming notes will come out and I will figure out what I'm going to do with these. And that's 2,614 words of brainstorming notes. Yeah. Looks like a huge block of text right now. And I'm like, yeah, I'll get to you later. I'm going to finish reading out chapter 49, the first one. I like it too because for anyone who's like kind of keeping up with the story or whatnot, the Dragon Kings are under a curse in which they can't choose their bride. And once the bride is chosen from them, they have to marry the bride within a lunar cycle or they die. And so that works out differently for each of the brothers. But each time a bride is chosen in the previous 2 books, so with Ari in the first book, as soon as she was chosen, the woman who did the curse started visiting her in her dreams and trying, to basically poison her against the Dragon King about why she should not marry him and that kind of stuff. And Aries never really had a friend, and it starts off first as more of a friendship. And so there's a lot of scenes between her and the Snow Princess who did the curse. And then when it comes to the second book, Emmy kind of gathers after a while who this is, but she's never trusted her from the very beginning. So there's not really a friendship there. They kind of do bond over the fact that both of their parents, at least Emmy's mom is dead, and Lutine's parents are dead, and they're both responsible for the death of their parents. So they kind of bond over that for a minute. But then when Lutine does know, or when Lutine is the Snow Princess, when Emmy does know that that's the Snow Princess for sure, then, you know, she basically tells her she's wrong for everything she's done, and they don't. There's very few dreams left between them. That I can't remember exactly what I did. I wrote the book and I can't remember it. But in this one, this is very, very interesting because Nira is she's been trained by her secret order. She knows all about the curse. She knows all about the Snow Princess, and she knows right away who it is. And I kept thinking, man, I was like, okay, she gets chosen. And I remember, because I went back through and I looked at some of my notes from my readers. So I have 3 readers who are reading through this story. Only they only have up through chapter 48. They didn't get my last 3 chapters. So my 2 chapter 49s and my chapter 50. But I wrote a note in there, said I have to figure out what I'm going to do, because Nira has been chosen now for a couple days. It's been like 3 or 4 days. I think it's 3 days since she was chosen, and the Snow Princess hasn't visited her. And I'm like, there's going to be a reason why. Why hasn't the Snow Princess visited her yet? And then I figured it out because part of her training, you know, they're able to fortify their mental walls, right? Because it's a secret assassin. She's an assassin, so but those walls are broken by the Coriana, which is it's in my Fated Adventures too. The Coriana, it's a race of women. It's based on a Japanese mythology, actually. And mine's slightly different. It's still an ice woman, but yeah, the ice woman kind of breaks through her mental barriers. So anyways, this chapter I'm reading is the first time she meets the Snow Princess. So she knows her right away, and she's not gullible in the least. Not that, I mean, Ari was very gullible, but Emmy was a little less gullible, but still quite a bit gullible. But Nira is not gullible at all. She has seen a lot. So anyways, I'm really loving this scene. But yeah, anyways, thanks for asking, Joanne. How are you doing? How's your book going? Because I know you were revising chapters last time that I seen you before my vacation. I don't remember what chapter you were on. Chapter 7, chapter 8, maybe. And hello, Andy. How's it going? Swinging by, say hi, put the like button. That was at 5:16. Yeah. So I don't know if I missed you, but thank you so much for stopping in. I swear that chime surprises me every time. Got 500 words in, feeling good about my character development and dialogue. Ooh, yeah, I love dialogue. Usually when I dictate my drafts, it's mostly a lot of dialogue, and then I have to go in and then layer it with the prose and everything you do for the character development that happens outside of dialogue. Devin says, it was such a long day. Oh. Edited another chapter, hoping to get 2 done the next sprint. Nice. Had sushi for supper, and now I think my brain needs space out from work week. If I do 18K, I'll probably do weekends only, but I'll see. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I probably won't be on the weekends. So for if I'm on Kaufman's channel, I'm going to try and be on his channel one Sunday, possibly. It just depends. I have to see how things go. Cannot wait to get to Zane's story. I know. I really love this story. I said, I've never gotten this far in a book without starting to hate my story. It's the same thing. By the time I get to, roughly the midway point, once I pass about 25% of the book, close to, between 25 and 50% of the book, I am in the rut of, I hate this. Who said you could be a writer? And I'm like, you just have to get through this. You're going to like your book again. Just keep going. And usually by the time I get to like the 80 to 90% mark, I like my book again, usually. That was not true for my last book. It took a lot for me to really like my last book, just because it's so rough. I like the story that came out of it, but it was just so hard getting that story right. That it's just, I hope I do not spend as much time on revisions and editing for this one. I don't think I will. But I've never been in a position in which I'm like, I know I'm like at the 50% mark right now, and I still love my story. I still feel like I don't feel like I'm like the greatest writer or anything like that, but I feel like the story is what I imagined it would be. And that's a really good feeling, because I often imagine how a story is supposed to be, and then I write it and it doesn't always quite come out what I wanted it to be. It's not always like that, but there's definitely parts that are like that. So, and I feel like the story here is coming out how I imagined it, and better in some places. Like, I'd imagined this meeting between Nira and the Snow Princess quite a bit, especially back when Aerie was meeting her for the first time and how gullible Aerie was. And I was like, Nira is going to be so different. And I've been imagining it. And I thought, it's probably not going to be as good as I think it is. And I even got through the whole meeting. They're still talking. And I'm like, oh, I love this. Oh, this is better than I thought it was going to be. Like, how did I do this? So I don't know. I don't know what mind frame I was in, but I like a lot of what I've got here. Yeah. I don't know. I like it. Andy says, still here, lurking. Well, I appreciate the lurk. Oh my God, I write such rubbish. I feel that way a lot of times. Like I said, it's kind of a cycle that I go through with every single book that I write, that I get to a point where I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. I'm trying to think. That was even true for my novellas, and they're shorter. I felt that way with both novellas. Not short stories. I think I'm more apathetic with my short stories. I'm like, I think because I always feel like I could add more. So I do have a short story that is good that I'm going to publish with the AWC anthology. Oh, right. I was going to grab that. Devin, I didn't even tell you. That's right. I was going to go into Discord and talk to Laura and Shelley. I forgot to do that one. So the AWC anthology, we've only had 4 people submit to it, which is enough to do an ebook and even to get a paperback. But we would kind of like to get some more people to submit. So we've decided to extend the deadline by a month. And I need to go into the Discord because we talked about raising the word count on it, because we have 5,000 words. And Laura was saying that some people felt like if it was a little bit higher that they could get a story done. So I have a short story that I've written for the anthology, and I was like, I wouldn't have it done in time. I've got it. I think I need an ending scene for my short story. But the thing is, I've written it in parts, and it's here and there and there and there in different places on my laptop they took with me to Tennessee. So I need to go grab all the parts and put it together. I don't even know how many words I have, but I know it's not done. I need some type of ending scene still. And it's in this world. So yeah. The whole of book 3 is currently rubbish. Yeah. I'm sorry you feel that way. I don't know what you've changed or what you've kept since you and I were working on it, but I really liked a lot of it. Do you know, I don't have the best memory, but you know which character sticks with me the most from book 3 is Eliora. And I know you said that you're possibly going to do another book with her because she has a viewpoint, right? That you didn't know if you're going to keep it though. And I don't know why I remember her the most, but I do. Although I do remember the beginning with Shaw and coming down from quote unquote heaven, I guess. Yeah. Can you email me the details to AW? Yeah, sure. Yeah. I meant to actually grab it. Hold on, let me go to Discord because we have it handily in our green room for those of us who are AWC. Where's the green room? There it is. Pinned messages. Am I in the right place? Yeah, okay, I'm in the right place. Jump. So this is the form. I haven't changed the word count yet because we're going to still talk about that. We are going to raise it, but it's not going to be a lot. I think Shelley suggested 6,000 and Laura suggested 7,000, and I was going to suggest 7,500. So I don't know what we'll end up going with, but it's going to be more than 5,000, but that's the submissions there. Yeah. So I do have that, but I'm excited about that too. For anyone who's on my newsletter list, you're going to hear this again, but I was like, I don't watch a lot of TV, but I have been watching more TV with my break and stuff. And I was watching it because I got served up a song, Poison, which is from Has-Been Hotel. And I was like, oh, I knew Has-Been Hotel from the video, or the song and video Insane by Black Griffin and Basic, because my son got onto that, my youngest, he got onto that song a few years ago. And I'm like, what is this? And I was like, okay, it's kind of cool. And it said from Has-Been Hotel. I was like, okay, maybe it's a video game, or maybe it's toys or something. I don't know. And then I heard the YouTube served me up Poison, and it said Has-Been Hotel. I was like, what is Has-Been Hotel? Now we're talking like a couple years later. So I looked it up, and just so happened, it's kind of remind me of anime, which I knew my gym trainer is really into anime. So the next day I was like, have you heard of Has-Been Hotel? And oh yes, he loves Has-Been Hotel. So anyways, I was like, okay. So I started, and then I watched the Royals British edition. And then I started coming up with synthesizing the two stories and taking different parts. So I was like, okay, Has-Been Hotel plus the Royals, the British edition, equals tragic characters. Because I always write about tragic characters. Tragic characters with a happy ending. I think in Royals, now Royals is done. It's 4 seasons and it finished without being completed. I do think, and so it's based off of the character I'm thinking of would be a blend of Angel Dust from Has-Been Hotel and Lenny or Len from the Royals. And so they're both kind of tragic characters. And I always knew that I have the 8 hells, and I thought I always want to have something that's happening, some type of stories in my 8 hells. But I didn't know exactly what that looked like. And in my mind, I'm always thinking, okay, the 8 hells are be like levels, but they're not like each level gets harder. It's just you have to pass through all the levels. And it'd be like Dante's Inferno, although there's only 7 levels in Dante's Inferno. Because I also have another book that I'm in the process of writing, in which the main character of that book will become the Queen of Hell. But she's not there yet. And so it's been kind of running amok, running really amok, since the sun god put all of his brothers and sisters to sleep. So there are no more gods except for him. And then there's a story actually that the participants of Fated Adventures will actually learn about this story, which is the whole reason why it's kind of like Halloween, but it's just when the veil comes down between the worlds. And it comes from a kind of, I've always loved the story of Orpheus and Eurydice. I never know if I'm saying her name right. Love that story. It's Greek mythology. And actually there's a story similar to that in almost every world's mythology. And I actually included them specifically in my fantasy trilogy as part of the one of the realms that Lily goes to, because I love their story of Orpheus and Eurydice. I'm probably not saying the name right, Eurydice or whatever her name is. It's a pretty tragic love story, but I always love that story. So I always knew I wanted to have a story like that too in my new world. And so because of such a story like that, it kind of broke the veil. And so it's like down for like a day. So demons get out every now and then when during that day. And so I thought, okay, what would happen to demons on the earth? What would that look like? And I kind of make a comment here and there throughout the books. Like I think in one book we talk about, there's a mention about angels. Another book, there's a mention of a demon, because I knew that eventually I wanted to bring that in there. So, there's a lot. Let me go catch up here. There's a lot here. Oh, I took a stretch break. Did I miss the answer to the riddle? The answer to the riddle is keyboard. Morgan had it right. Yeah. The first half isn't bad, but the second half, I have no clue what's happening in it. Are you talking about what? Ooh. Oh, your book. You're talking about your book. Okay. It was like half of, it's not anything I just said. Yeah, I know that you were kind of lost there. We had like a, didn't we have a brain session where we sat there and brainstormed back and forth about it? And, I can't remember. It's been too long and I don't have the best memory. I love Ellieware, right? Yes, for sure. I think that looks right to me too. Yes. Yep. I love her. Yeah, I do. She's one of my favorite characters, which is nothing bad to say about the main characters. I mean, I think you purposely, I remember Shaw. What is the female's name? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. It's like right there on the tip of my tongue. I can see her more than I can usually see things more than I can remember than words. She's not necessarily always the most likable character, but I do like her. I like Shaw better. But I think I've said that before to you. I've been MIA a lot, just staying in my lane mostly. Oh, okay. I mean, sometimes you gotta take a break. She's still going to have POV and a companion novel. I would love to read it for sure. Oh, I did spell it right. Yay. Yep. And the answer was keyboard. There you go. Oh, I love that show, The Royals. I never got to see the end of it. I can't find it anywhere to watch how it ended. So it's on Netflix and it didn't have an ending. So like it got to season 4 and it was left on a cliffhanger, a bad cliffhanger. So you may not want to watch it. Now, there are the Royals. The Royals, like the first time I watched The Royals, I was just putting something on. I don't remember what it was. I didn't even know there was a British edition. Well, this one is it's in a Middle Eastern country. I don't know if it's India or something. But I liked it. It's only one season so far, but they've been renewed for a second season. I like it, although the prince is like, oh my God. He's so childish sometimes. So childish. She's too good for him. Just when you think he's going to finally grow up and see what's in front of him, he takes it out on her again. But I will still watch a second season for that. Yeah, the Royals with Jasper and Len, like season 4 ends with them together. And I think he proposed. Yeah, he proposed to her or something. But like they don't get married or anything yet. Not by the end of the season. And everything is like the poop has hit the fan at the end of season 4. And the way it looks like, they could all be basically charged with what is it when you're disloyal to your country? Can't think of words today. So yeah, they could all be killed and executed basically for the plan that they came up with, and they got caught, and you just know they got caught at the end, and then that's where it ended. And I'm like, but what happens? And it's not going to be renewed. So the director, producer, both, I don't know if it's the same guy or whatever, but some guy that was like directing the show or producing the show or doing both roles. I don't remember which one now. He came under fire for sexual harassment, basically, on the set of the Royals and another set that he was also directing or producing or whatever. And so when that happened, they canceled the show. They did try to shop it around, I think, but nobody would pick it up because of the scandal. So, and we are back. Welcome back, Mom Maggie. Who do I tell people to contact for the 2025 AWC anthology if they have questions? Yeah, they can contact me. It's fine. I need to set up an email though with the AuthorTube Writing Conference inbox, but I need to set up an email just to say that I'm checking it infrequently since we're in the off season. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to be on YouTube, so they can contact me. Laura Nettles is another person if they know like Laura better than me, or if they know Shelley Wrights better than they know me, then they can contact one of them as well. I think Shelley Wrights. I think it's her handle. I don't see her as often on YouTube, but Laura I see quite a bit. So if they know Laura and they're more comfortable talking to her, they can talk to her too. She's on the anthology committee. Oh, yay. Lou got it. Welcome back, Mama Maggie from JC. Hope everything went well with your daughter. Yeah, with the appointment. Thanks. It didn't, but she's going to go see a specialist now. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Mom Maggie. Yeah. Sean and Ellie are my favorites. Yeah, me too. I feel the same. Emerton. Yes. I was like, it'll come back to me later. Like, I came up with the name. So if you've not seen Has-Been Hotel takes place in hell. The idea is that Lucifer and Lilith's daughter, Charlie, she thinks she can redeem the sinners, and then so they can go to heaven. And so she starts a hotel. She called it the Happy Hotel, but then the radio demon comes in and changes it to Has-Been, like a Has-Been, right? So Has-Been Hotel. But there's the city is like set up like in a pentagram, and each star of the pentagram has like an overlord. And the overlords are like sinners and demons who get soul contracts and become more and more powerful, and things like that. So I was like, oh, this is kind of like the mafia. And it's like, oh, what if I had that? Like all my levels had like mafia level, like kind of overlords, but I didn't want to call it that. And so I decided I was going to call mine Scions. And I cannot remember the word Scion. I had just brainstormed it the night before. That was Wednesday. So I brainstormed it Tuesday night. And I go through like all my brainstorming stuff with my gym trainer, because he really wants to hire me to do a D&D campaign. And I said, if I did a D&D campaign for him and his group, his wife and their friends, they all play D&D. I said, if I do that, I want to base it in my world, and then I wouldn't have him pay me, because then I would use it as for like a book or some type of gaming platform online that I could sell as a product. So I've been kind of brainstorming ideas with him to see, you know, how it would fit with the D&D concept. And so I was like, what is it? I can't think of it. What is the word? And I couldn't remember Scion. And then it came to me like all of a sudden, like in a conversation, like 10 minutes later. And I said, Scion. He's like, what? Like, that's the word for my overlords, for my mafia style people. How can you not remember Irritation's a whole hot? No, I remembered her being a whole hot mess. I just couldn't remember her whole name. The whole hot mess name, though. Yeah, no, I don't know. Words don't don't come to me sometimes. I'm better when I'm writing. But even then, especially if I'm dictating, so it's different if I'm typing. I don't forget words as much, but when I'm writing or I'm dictating, I can't recall certain words. I'll remember them later. And Alzheimer's runs in my family. I'm like, is this like the beginning signs of Alzheimer's? Really? Come on. Hopefully it's not. And my grandpa died from Alzheimer's. I'm hoping that's not the case. I'm just hoping that my memory is just shot because I don't sleep enough. That's what I'm hoping. Emerton is a tragic, poor soul, LOL, who makes horrible, selfish decisions. Yeah, I need the book. I need the book. I need to know how it ends. Because I know it's dark fantasy. I know it's not necessarily romance. I had held out hope for through most of book 2 that Emerton and Shaw would end up together, because it feels like they were supposed to be together, but I feel like they're not going to. But I don't know. I don't know if you've made that decision. You're just not telling anyone yet. Maybe. Wait, it's on Netflix. Yeah, well, I'm going to add it to my list. I love cliffhangers, no matter how bad. So probably would love it. Yeah, it's a bad treason. Yeah, see, I can't remember words. That's the word I was thinking of. When you're disloyal to your country is called treason. Disloyal to your country is 4 words. I can remember those 4 words, but not the word treason. But yeah, it's on Netflix right now. Yeah, of course he did, ruining the show for everyone. Yeah. Husband Hotel and Hell of a Boss are 2 of my girls' favorite new adult tunes. I haven't tried Hell of a Boss yet. Now, my gym trainer, he watches Hell of a Boss too. And he said, if you like certain things about Husband Hotel, I can't remember what he said now. I think it has something to do with the snarkiness or whatever. Like, it's definitely more snarky in Husband Hotel, where it's more like they're going for laughs in Hell of a Boss. I think that's what he said. It's been a few weeks. It was before I went on vacation. I don't remember. So I haven't tried out Hell of a Boss yet. I heard that Lucifer is over on Hell of a Boss. And then I've seen different, like I see shorts and stuff about Hell of a Boss. And I'm like, what is this about? Should I try it? And it's got several seasons out, because Husband Hotel only has 1 season out that came out, in 2020? But the second season is supposed to be coming out this year. It's already been wrapped up. They're done with it. I think they're planning in October for the second season for Husband Hotel. So, of course, I want to see. I don't know if anyone here has ever seen it, but I want to see, because Charlie's whole thing was, to redeem sinners, and Serpentius was redeemed at the very end, but no one knows he was redeemed except for the 2 angels that were there when he showed up in heaven. And so I'm like, okay, Charlie doesn't know that her idea actually works, and everybody's putting her down for it. So not that I think Charlie is like too goody 2 shoes. She's not one of my favorite characters. And if you guys didn't know, these are like musical theater cartoon stuff. So there's some pretty good songs, but all of Charlie's songs, every time she sang, I was like, oh my God. I was like, let's just get to the next part of the story. So, but I guess that's why I write about tragic characters, because there's a lot of tragic characters in hell. So, and some really bad characters. Yeah. So my thought for my story. Oh yeah. So there's a novel that I'm thinking of right now. That would be the Husband Hotel plus the Royals, in which is a princess who has sold her soul to a demon, but she doesn't know it's a demon. She didn't really think that's what she was doing, because she's like, I'm a princess. Sure, I'll sign this paperwork, but you can't really make me do anything because I'm the princess. And then comes to find out that she can't. And for the Royals, Jasper and Lynn. Jasper is Lynn's bodyguard. She's a princess, but he blackmails her. He tells her he has like some videotape of her doing things. And she does all kinds of things, drugs and all that. When the series first starts, she's pretty out there, like what you assume like a kid who grows up in the spotlight would be like, right? And her mother is atrocious. She gets better throughout the season, but her mother is awful to her. And I'm like, I'd be doing drugs too and doing all that stuff if I had a mom like that. But but probably not. But anyways, so she's pretty tragic. And I was like, well, what if? Yeah. So anyways, I have ideas. But it's like, this is when I'm not supposed to be having more ideas because I need to finish the ideas I have. I need to write them. I have to make hubby breakfast and lunch to take to work. Then I'll be back. All right, no problem. No, Sean and Ellie were being along together. LOL. Yeah, I mean, I kind of got that feeling too, but I feel like I can't remember, JC for life. I can't remember there was a point in which it felt like Eliora would never go for Shaw at that point. And I think it has to do with the third book when he's hiding out in the academy and there's something in there. And maybe Morgan's going to change that. Maybe that's part of some of the changes she's making. But so, the way that the dialogue went, Eliora was not happy with him. And he connected with the other female, the one that's the siren. I can't remember her name. And so it just really kind of threw me off of him and Eliora being together. Doesn't mean they can't still get together. But, you changed her name, didn't you? I remember that, Morgan. You gave her a name, and then the next time I read those chapters, she had changed her name. It's kind of like they're on the edge of my brain. It starts with an R. The siren female. I'm trying to remember. I think that when they end a series on a cliffy, they should at least give us a movie to end it like they did with Firefly Serenity. That, or at the minimum, you know what I would like? That the person who is writing the story writes up like a page and says, here is where all the storylines would end. That would be nice. That way I can fill in the rest. I can do the visual part of like, okay, so get to that ending. This is what they did next. Like I could do that. But like sometimes you get an ending and you're like, oh, there are 1,000 different ways that could go. 1,000 different ways. I love the enthusiasm for my characters. It's great. I cannot say the relationship status of any character. I know. I've tried to get you to tell me. You don't tell me. So I know better than to ask. I love your characters. I do. I love the characters too. Apothecary Diaries just got added to Netflix. I'm addicted to that series and am team Genus Frog. If you know, you know. I don't know what Apothecary Diaries. Look, I have to be totally honest, y'all. I kind of stopped watching TV last year in October. I saw one movie when my oldest son was home for Christmas because he went to go see a movie. And I think I saw something earlier in the year for something or other. I don't remember what it was. It's not until the last couple weeks that I've actually got back onto TV and started watching stuff again because I had some more downtime and I was like trying to force myself not to work the whole time because I can be a workaholic. So I don't know what Apothecary Diaries are, but it sounds interesting. It sounds almost like a contemporary, like paranormal or something. Thank you, JC. But I think that's because he was so stuck on Emerton until she did what she did. That was unforgivable. Roan, see, I thought it started with an R. Yes. Yeah. Emerton's done a lot of unforgivable stuff, I think. In my opinion, she's done a lot of unforgivable things. I mean, it was unforgivable, I feel, like what she did at the very end of the first book. But I think they could have come back from that. But she just continued. So. And yeah, TV is how I fill my creative well. Mostly there's just so much I need to catch up on. I don't think I'll ever run out of shows to watch. Yeah. And that it did help me with the creativity because I was like on Has Been Hotel. And I was like, gosh, Angel Dust is just so tragic. But he's a sex worker, so I don't think I want to use like exactly that, the sex worker part. But the tragedy that he sold his soul to an overlord, and he doesn't get to choose his fate, and it's just like that's just so tragic. And although it gets one of my favorite songs out there, like I love Poison, and then You're a Loser, Baby is such a good song between him and Husker. Anyone here ever seen Has Been Hotel? I love the series. It's not for the faint of heart. And especially the one with Angel Dust with the poison song. That's episode 4. Major trigger warning if you've got any trigger warnings. So, but the rest of the series is fine. It's just that one. That's the only one that has a trigger warning to it. But not after what she did in book 2. Yeah. I kind of thought it was what she did was kind of, he did everything right to prove that he was trustworthy, that he would be there in her corner in book 1. And, she just broke all of that trust. Like I said, I think I could have come back from that because she's young. When we're young, we do stupid stuff. We're kind of selfish in our decisions. So I think they could have come back from that where she could have, and he was willing to, to make it work. And she could have redeemed herself, and then she just made it worse. Haven't watched any shows in a long time. See, that was me until the last couple of weeks. I think what it was is that when YouTube served me the song Poison, I really loved it. So like Insane, the song Insane by Black Griffin and Basic, it was about the radio demon. And it's supposed to be a song in the radio demon's voice, Alistair. Alistair's one of my favorite characters. That was sung by Black Griffin. His brother Basic is one that did the, I think it's Basic's how you say his brother's name. Because it's Bassik or something like that. I might be spelling it wrong. But he was the original voice. So the pilot for Huston Hotel is free on YouTube because that's where Vivian Medrano is the artist and the creator of the show. She was drawing these characters back in, she was going to art school and everything like that back like in 2013. So she first started drawing these characters and coming up with the stories. And so she was putting it on her YouTube channel and people loved it. And so she got people together and they put their money together and they create the first pilot episode and put it on YouTube. And it became so popular that Amazon picked it up. So that's on Amazon. Amazon picked it up and did the show. So the pilot has voices for the characters that are slightly different for the actual show, because for the actual show with all this, they're singing in both of them. So for the actual show, they got, what is it? They are a lot of them like opera singers. They're all trained singers. Like they went to and got their training as trained singers. And it's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. I like it. I like Alistair too. Lots of cussing. I mean, I don't really cuss, but there's lots of cussing in it. But I love that we were having a book talk about Morgan's books. LOL, right? I'm excited because I'm excited in one part, and then I'm like miffed on the other part because I need an ending. I need to find out what happens. Because I lived with those characters for a couple years, right? It was at least 2, almost 3 years we were working on your books. And you were working on mine? Yeah, because we became critique partners at the end of 2021. And I think we stopped midway through last year, 2024. So it was almost 3 years that we were critique partners. So, so I was living with those characters and seeing them change and develop and grow or not grow in the case of Emerton. I mean, she is growing. She just grew in a different direction. Alistair is my favorite character, but he totes clawing for the throne of hell. Yes. Okay. So, okay. So a lot of season 2 has been leaked and I'm not watching it because I don't want to know. But from what I heard, you do find out who Alistair's, who his soul contract is with. And there's a few fan theories that are out there before it was released. I don't know. Hopefully none of them are right. Some of them think it's Rue, which is some demon that Vivipop. Right, Vizipop. What's her name? It's Vivian Medrano, which is Vizipop. I think it's Vizipop is her artist name that she drew. That looks a lot like Nifty, but I think it's Lilith, and that's because, and it's like right there. It's like in the first episode because Charlie's girlfriend, Vaggie. So Vaggie says, "So have you heard from your mom?" And Charlie says, no, she's only been gone for 7 years. Right. So then it's just a couple scenes later when she's like, I really need some help. And she calls her mom and leaves a voice message. And Mom, I really need some help. And she goes back into Huston Hotel and closes the door. And then there's knock, knock, knock on the door. And there is Alistair. And And then later on in the same episode, and it's kind of repeated in other episodes, that Alistair has been gone for 7 years. So I think his soul contract is with Lilith, and we know Lilith is coming back in season 2. But yeah, but then there's the whole thing that when all the other overlords became powerful, they became more and more powerful with all this magic and stuff that they were getting. But it seems like there's a cap to Alistair's magic, and his magic also. Not he did come. He was a 1930s Creole man from Louisiana, so he has some of the markings. You know, whenever he does his magic, it has some of the markings of like the voodoo and stuff. The hoodoo. I'm trying to remember what it was called, but they're called something, right? So he has that, but that he wouldn't be getting that magic from the overlords and the other demons and sinners that he was taking the souls of. So yeah, I don't know, but yeah, boy, Emerton, never grow in a different direction, right? Yeah, it's like show tunes and Broadway, that was the word I was trying. I was like, not opera. What are these singers are trained? These singers are trained at something. Broadway. They're trained Broadway singers. So yeah. But and I definitely think that the voice for Alistair is much better in the main series than it is in the pilot. And I like the voice for Angel Dust, but I think that the actor that they have for the main series is also better. So hello, everyone. Going to get in a few words for the day. I've been sitting here just talking away, so we probably should get some more words in. Thank you for joining. Hello, Sherry, and welcome. I don't know if you've been here before. If not, welcome to the channel. And if you have been here, welcome back. So yeah, let's go ahead and get into another. JC says, hello, Sherry. Get into another. I'm doing another hour sprint. I'm looking forward to actually getting some writing in. And now that I'm done with the deadlines I missed from yesterday, or at least as far as I can go. And look at this set. Find the right button. For anybody who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll do another 60 minutes. And why does it keep doing that? I know why it's doing it. I did figure it out, but I can't stop it. It's YouTube trying to force you to do certain things that I'm not doing. All right, I think we're in the sprint. Nope, wrong button. Okay, we're now in the hour sprint. Good luck, everyone. Hello.
Hello. How did you do? How did everyone do?
I did go. I went over to Mom Maggie's or Mom Maggie's. Went over to Esther's to talk to Mama Maggie.
Yes, I've been hopping around. I had the laptop in the kitchen with me while I was cooking so I could chat and cook.
Yeah. So yeah, I did stuff over in Esther's for a little while. Chatted over there. Of course, chatted with Mom Maggie. Um, and then I realized the time, and my husband still wasn't home, so I went and fed my kitties and the kid, and then got back here. So I had like 30 minutes left of the hour, and I got 148 words done in editing, and I'm almost done reading them at the very end of the last thing I wrote in this book back on June 1st.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Nice. I ran to the doctor, went to the labs, got all that stuff done. And of course, it's like an hour to town, an hour in town. We stopped and grabbed some Whataburger. And while we were at Whataburger, there was some domestic thing. Some woman was talking to the police very calmly, and then she ran across 6 lanes of traffic to try to escape. It did not end well for her.
But she's still alive.
She she is lucky that people in the Springs actually pay attention to people running across the road because jaywalking is an issue. She did not get hit, and she got tackled to the ground and handcuffed, and then she refused to stand up and walk back to the patrol vehicles. So they had an ambulance come, and she left handcuffed and strapped to a stretcher after trying to attack the police officers that were arresting her for creating a public disturbance. And it's just like, I wasn't expecting dinner and a show before I came home.
I love that. Dinner and a show. You have your own has-been hotel happening right there. All right, so we left off with Sherry Jolly had just come in. Everyone's saying hello, hello, and then Chantel popped in. Say, hey, Shan, popping in to popping in to say hello and to boop the likey. I appreciate that. That was an hour ago, so I missed her. And then Nifty is my favorite character. She is so stabby. What's SC?
Side character.
Oh, side character. Okay, yeah,
she's so stabby.
Yeah, I really like how when they're doing the trust fall and no one catches her, and she's like, "Pain!" and she runs and does it again. And so, but yeah, I think between Alistair and Angel Dust, those are my favorite. And then I don't know. I guess maybe I would like Nifty next. Should be my next favorite. So, is it too early to say my answer to the riddle? Well, I wouldn't have thought so. I don't know if you said it or not. We'll see. So the riddle was, I am heavy forward, I weigh a lot, but when I'm backwards, I'm certainly not. When am I? So if anyone knows it, you can put the answer in the chat. I didn't see this live all day. How wild of YouTube to hide you from me. We were talking about that over in Esther's stream. I knew that with like I was saying that to my gym trainer this morning because I was like freaking out. I only had like an hour and a half sleep, and he was like, "Well, can you just like cancel your stream today?" I'm like, "No, there's people counting me be there." I said, "Plus, I need to jumpstart the algorithm. I've been gone for 2.5 weeks. YouTube doesn't like it when you're gone for more than like there's no like real set rule, but people say like a week. Like when you're gone a week, they start putting you down in the algorithm. So I'm like, I need something to come back strong. Plus, I want to celebrate the 80K. So, and hey, Eva from Morgan, and Eva saying hi back. Hi, friends. Smash like. Thank you, Deidre. Nice to see you over here. JC saying hello. Hey, hello. Fancy seeing you here. I know we just saw each other. We're in Esther's stream. Hello. Oh, laughing. Rita.
Yeah. I took my laptop with me because I knew I was going to be sitting out of the area waiting. And so far today, I've gotten 1,566 words, and I need to get up to 3,818 words. So I'm climbing the hill.
There you go. I got 172 words so far. But I am editing, and I don't usually get a lot when I'm editing. So, but I am feeling pretty tired. My brain, or I lose my energy as the sun goes down. The sun is definitely going down. Yeah, I'm trying to get the energy up for it. Oh, I did say this one. Sorry. Oh my gosh, you're still here. Yay. Love the new interview. Thank you so much for having me. Shared it all over the place. Woo, woo. Yeah, the interview. I did forget to share the link. Oh, well. I just shared a link with Rita when I got it published. That was the podcast episode with Rita. And like I said, at the very end, I was like sitting here laughing, dying. Rita, I don't know if you've heard me because you've been in and out and I don't know what you've caught, but I had to edit that video 4 times times 2. So usually I do like 4 edits through. And my computer's still not working right, even though it's been into the computer doctor. They couldn't find anything wrong with it. And my video editing program was lagging and it looked like everything was okay. And then went to go upload it and the audio was not synced. So then I had to start all over again. And that's why I didn't get it out until late. But I mean, it still got out on time, but I usually do earlier in the day. But so I went through it several times, but that ending always got me because I was like, I swear Ben is telling you to sing. And then so I say, no, let me just say that's what I heard, because sometimes, you hear funny stuff, and she started singing. It was funny. Oh, wow. I was working on some admin homework stuff from YouTube producer course thing I'm in. Cool. Fight the power. I scheduled more socials, only halfway done. Scheduled my live streams for August and switched over to start editing my vlog video. Yeah, you're really good at that. I'm not good at doing social stuff. I try to make sure I get the podcast social stuff up there, but if you look at my my Instagram, most of that is from my person who did all my social media for me for my Kickstarter, which was Devin. So,
yeah, funny, Eva. Yeah. No, the amazing thing was that she made it across 6 lanes of almost early rush hour traffic and did not lose her flip-flops.
Maybe they were, stuck on her.
I don't know.
Sounds like interesting TV you watch live and in person with some popcorn. So it's live at 5 news moment.
No, we were at Whataburger, so we were having French fries because they had the parking lot blocked off.
Canva just delivered a reprint. What are the odds that it's still printed incorrectly?
Oh.
Huh.
Sorry, Rita. You're having so much issues with that.
Well, I don't know what it is. What is she talking about?
Is this the merch thing you were working on? That you said the image kept coming back messed up? She talked about it on one of her morning streams, and I was out watering the garden while I was doing it and throwing the ball for the dogs, so I was only half listening.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, the merch thing.
The merch thing, okay. I'm sorry that's happening. So, Frankie T. Sweet, hello, good evening. This live stream just showed up on my feed, so hello from what I'm gathering from the chat. This is writing live streams. I mean, yeah, we're doing this in celebration of 80K August, so all the words August, but I mean, the sprints can be used for whatever you need. So, I always say, whether you're reading, writing, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you, if you need sprint time to focus on something, this is a good time to get that in. In between, we do have some chats, and we are probably a little more focused on some writerly things. We've talked about all kinds of stuff actually today. So, welcome to the channel. Are you a writer or something else? Are you a reader or whatnot? You're so right about the YouTube algorithm. They know likey. Yeah. If you're not on here for a little while, they do not. It's funny that Frankie showed up on I showed up on their live feed, but I'm not showing up to the people who normally come to my channel. So, link to the
it up for me today.
Yeah,
you didn't show up. Esther didn't show up, and Sam didn't show up.
Oh, Sam didn't show up for me. Did Esther even show up? I just knew about Esther because someone mentioned she was going to be. No, Esther did not show up, and I'm wrong. Sam did show up 5 hours ago, is what I said, but I did not see that. So Esther did not show up for me, but Sam did. But somehow it's showing my notifications like that is like in the past.
Yeah, it'll show the notification after the stream, and it'll say this this streamed 2 hours ago. And you're like, but I didn't get the stream is starting notification.
That might be why I haven't got Esther's yet, because hers is not over. So I think this is the link for Rita's interview. Rita
Yes, it is.
Okay. Rita need editing, but of course she did. Haha. Yeah, no, it actually was not an episode that I had to do a lot of editing on. I messed up. I do like 4 rounds of editing. By the time I'm done, it's like 4 rounds. And it's not like, not each round is a different type of editing. The first one is just syncing up all of the audio from all of the people who are on there with the original audio, and then saving it as a video, and then running it through another program that goes through and takes out pauses, and then me going through and editing it, and then saving that as an audio file to work on the audio to get that rendered again, and then with the new video, and then replace the original audio. So it's a lot that I'm doing, and I had to do that all twice because I didn't realize the audio didn't sync up the first time. Yeah. It did sound like he said sing. You did say you thought he said the same thing. It was hysterical. Yes, the merch thing. So I created stretch goal for a door hanger. It keeps printing the back side upside down. Like the back side is stamped ticket if I leave it. All the words August. Here is a tiny URL. Where is that? What does that go to?
The tiny URL goes to all the words August Google information sheets.
Okay, so the sheet that I probably was reading from earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
That one. Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome, Frankie, says Eva. Reader and very amateur writer. I'm a giant nerd, sword and sorcery, like Conan of Chimera series, Warhammer 40K, and so I use ChatGPT to do some writing, and I actually enjoy it. Well, cool. Yeah, so yeah, you can be any reader, writer, whatever it is you want to do for the sprints, whatever feels good for you. It takes care of what you want to get done. Hello, Eva from Frankie. I'll share the podcast link in the AM. Oh, that's tomorrow morning, probably. And I know Michael Laron has his monthly sprints tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm doing the 7 a.m. sprints.
Oh, you are?
To get back into morning sprinting. Yeah. Frankie, Warhammer has such amazing world building and mythology.
I've never gotten into it, so I'm not sure. I've heard of it, of course, but and I don't know, Conan of Chimera. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Is that like Conan the Barbarian, or is that something else? I don't know. Trying to think. I just had something in my mind. Okay, no. Okay, you said you're sprinting tomorrow morning.
I'm sprinting tomorrow morning.
Rita will be sprinting in the morning. Michael Laron's a little bit later.
I think Heart Breathings is doing something. The Hardies are doing something.
Okay. 7 a.m. Mountain Time?
I am 7 a.m. Mountain Time, yes.
Okay. So I think that's 8 a.m.
I will be 7 a.m. on Sunday, and then 9 a.m. Mountain Time for me is the usual Breaking the Block stream, which is our weekend writerly chat about all things creative. And if you're stuck, come and talk to us. If you're having an issue, come and talk. It's a bunch of, we're not professionals. It's just a bunch of fellow indie writers in the chat on the screen talking about this problem or that problem. And sometimes we go down the rabbit hole, and sometimes it's a funny rabbit hole, and sometimes it's a not safe for work rabbit hole. So yeah, but we're just happy to talk and share our experiences as writers with each other. And it's being an indie author is such a difficult task. You know this, I know this. We both indie published series, not just books, but series of books. And there's the writing is the easiest part of it all. Yeah. Because then you have the editing, and then you have the formatting, and then you have the printing, the publishing, and which platforms do you go on?
The metadata and all that too.
Then you have all the marketing that has to be done before and after the publishing of the book. And then you have,
I know.
It is so much work to do. And if the indie author community, if we don't support each other, nobody's going to support us. So yeah. So we have to hang together.
I'm looking at when to publish my Kickstarter book. And I'm thinking I'm going to do it one October. And I start thinking about this past week. I was like, okay, this is what I got to do. I got to do this. I'm like, I don't want to go through this again. I'm
See,
like,
I finally caught up with everything that I needed to do.
Yeah.
And now it's like for the third quarter, I have no books to publish in the third quarter.
With that said,
and it's like, oh, I can write. Oh.
Amazon just changed their stuff on the Amazon keywords now. It quietly updated their keyword, new guidelines for their metadata. I have not gone through it yet, and I'm like, great.
I haven't gone through there's also rule changes, publishing rule changes. There's the metadata changes. There's the publishing on alternate platform changes. There were the pricing changes that kicked in later this summer that might be going through a second bump.
Oh, really? Another one?
So, yeah, there's Rita Dale did do a video on that, and then Amazon dropped up more stuff. So he's probably going to be doing another one in the upcoming week, because this literally is I think it's Monday is when they're releasing the new rule changes.
I don't know if he's doing another video. When I was getting ready to go on vacation, I was thinking I'll be back, and the next time I'm back, his next video or his next live stream would be Monday, the 4th of August. And he had said that he was not going to be doing the Monday live streams again for a while. And so, because he's getting ready to switch over to fiction from his nonfiction. And so I don't know if he's still not doing one, because I haven't checked his channel yet.
But the new rule changes, they haven't all been rolled out yet. So yeah, we're all waiting. Let me see if I can find the string.
I'll go through some of these updates here. So Sherry got
indie book publishers, I think, is the one that's I've got on a watch later list. Somebody that's got a stream coming up next week on the new Kindle.
The spread or the stream, you can just drop in the link if you want to. So Sherry got 641 words. Thanks so much. Have planning meeting now. Have a great weekend. I don't know. I think I might have missed you. Sorry, I got to you late. I was trying to get to you to say have a great night. And have a great weekend. And I'm glad that you're able to get lots of words. So that's awesome. Rita says, show me in Discord. Thanks, Mom, to Mom Maggie, from Frankie. I love Warhammer so much. I can go on and on about Warhammer 40K. Yes, Conan the Barbarian, only written by Robert E. Howard in the late 1920s, early 1930s. So isn't he the same one that wrote the Tarzan series?
Yes.
Okay, so I've not read Conan the Barbarian, but I read most of the Tarzan series when I was a kid. So originally, not only. Gotcha. I understood. We talk about that in the interview, the writing, booktube, author-tube community is wonderfully amazing, supporting each other. Yes. And oh, yes, I saw that. Dale did a video on it, I think. Your lighting is amazing. See, someone else did say that earlier, and I'm thinking it's like too much like brightness. And I'm like, I need to shut off some of these lights because I feel like I'm like glowing. And so it said I was glowing, but they mentioned it in a way that I looked beautiful, but I took it as like glowing, and I do think I look glowing. So, even more so changes. Oh, that's what you were talking about then. I hadn't got that far in the comments. Yeah, I've not caught up with that stuff. So yeah, you have no books to publish. Yeah. Changes.
Yeah, Dale's thing on the keywords was July 28th. New keywords.
I haven't kept up with any of his videos. I'm starting to get a headache thinking about it. And Mom, how many books do you have published now?
Counting the two the one that dropped last night to go with the one that dropped at the beginning of the month that I didn't get to do the promo for. I am now at 37 books of my own, plus all of the anthologies, which puts me at, I think, 43.
Wow. So that's a lot to go update. A lot.
Yeah. And it was like just a few months ago, we had to go through and update all the pricing schedules for the print books because there was the royalties change that anything priced $9.99 loses a 10% share of the royalties. So we had to go through and do all of that. And then normally I do go through and change my keywords yearly. And if books aren't doing well, if they're no longer selling, I will look at similar books and look at the keywords from there to try it. But I do change my keywords on all of my books at least once a year. And it is so much work to do because it literally, you're talking 20 or 30 minutes worth of time for every single one you have. And then I also go through, and because I publish so much, I go through once a year and update my back matter in all my old books. So that like in my very first books, there was only like 3 or 4 published books to go on it. And now I have 3 pages of published books. So yeah, but that's something that they don't tell you about. The nice thing of being an indie author is if you're with Barnes & Noble, if you're with Amazon Kindle, if you're with Ingram Spark, you control the interior. So you can go back, change the interior, and as long as you don't change it more than a few thousand words, you can fix spelling errors. You can fix grammar errors. If you have a character's name that is spelled the wrong way in like a couple of places, you can alter that. You can update your front and back matter so that it's current. So when somebody new buys that book, because they're paying print on demand. So it's not like there's 1,000 of these books already printed and sitting in a warehouse. Because of the way print on demand works, they get a brand new fresh copy with all of your most recent information in the back of it. And it's something people don't think about. They don't think about updating their back matter. But it is something to be aware of because on these platforms, 72 hours to 7 days, and you have fresh, current, important information for your readers.
Jen, my inner diva while saying that. My favorite books from the Conan series are The Phoenix on the Sword, The Hour of the Dragon, Queen of the Black Coast, The Scarlet Citadel. I love these names. I've not read any of them, though.
I think I've read Queen of the Black Coast. That sounds very familiar to me.
I'll do this keyword changing when I change all my books, to my ISBNs for the freebies to purchase ones. Well, that's a good idea when you're doing it all at once. Yeah, because now you'll own them. Update back matter as well, and giving me a longer list.
I'm sorry, but do this.
Has anyone figured out the riddle? I am heavy forward, I weigh a lot, but when I'm backwards, I'm certainly not. What am I?
I'm heavy forward. Responsibility.
Backwards, you're not.
Because if you don't have any responsibility, there's no weight on you. No weight at all. Yeah. Just air.
So the answer is a 3-letter word, and the word is ton, T-O-N. I'm heavy forward, I weigh a lot, but when I'm backwards, I'm certainly not.
Ton and not.
Yeah. I will, because I'm afraid, but also love you. Says Rita to you. A ball, ton and not. A ton. Yes.
I gotta stretch.
I'm losing energy. I think I'm gonna get up and stretch. I heard my hubby get home, so I'm gonna see if he's got the ink so I can finish printing the rest of these Faded Adventures packets. I don't know if I'm gonna get anything more written tonight. This is like one of the least writing productive 12-hour marathons I've done. Because I've only
if you want. Well, I went ahead and got the unlimited StreamYard.
Hmm.
So if you are tired and everybody else still wants to keep going, I can take over and keep going until 9 o'clock my time.
Yeah, I could keep that going. I just probably won't be writing the whole time. Yeah, because I do have to finish up the rest of these packets. I'm pretty sure that my husband's got the ink. He just does not come in here because he knows I'm streaming. So I'm gonna go get the ink and get it done and get these packets put together and get them out into the mail so they can go out tomorrow. I'm gonna take a bath next sprint, says Rita. Oh, I'm like skipping down. Nice one, says Melve for the answer. I'm not so good at the riddles. I'm actually not either, to be honest. I only realized the answer once I read it, not when I heard you say it. I'm gonna take a bath next sprint, says Rita. Frankie says Queen of the Black Coast was Conan aboard a pirate ship named the Tigress, fell in love with the ship's captain named Belit, and in my mind, she's the first woman he fell in love with. I have read it. She died. Yes, she did. Oh, spoiler. Probably won't read it.
Oh, well, it was published
A long time
like
ago.
2 decades.
Yeah.
I collected those as a teenager.
Yeah.
And I'm 55 now.
Yeah, I remember my dad had, and I think he had all the Conan Barbarian ones too, but I was more interested in the Tarzan ones because people think like Tarzan, they think of like the Tarzan movies, and I think with most of Tarzan movies, you do not get the magic that is actually in the world of Tarzan. Like there is so much magic there, and you don't get that. I mean, like the only kind of magic is seeing in some of the movies he can talk with animals, but most of them it's more like just he knows the language of their body language and grunts and stuff. But he can actually talk to animals. So, and there's a lot of magic in Tarzan, which is what drew me in. And there was so many books. I never made it all the way through before Hurricane Andrew took our house away in '92, and I was making my way through the series, and I had not made it all the way through before all the books were gone. So
yeah, the books were so amazing, and I think the interesting thing about his ability to speak with the animals, there was a thing that that I read somewhere about on one of the Caribbean island, on one of the islands down in South America, there was a tribe that lived there that everybody died of smallpox. Literally, the tribe went extinct, and there was this European explorer there, and they were looking at like the remnants of their villages and stuff, and they found this macaw, like a parrot, and it spoke 40 words of these dead people's language. And there was this guy that recorded down the words that these birds had, this bird knew from this tribe that no longer existed.
And those are only 40 words we probably have, huh?
And it's very interesting that the idea of animals learning our language and us learning the language of animals is something so fundamental in early fiction. And but it's taken from this naturalistic point of view. There's no magic in them learning the language or us learning their language. It's just about breaking that barrier between the great human mind and the minds of the creatures around us, and the idea that all of the animals all around us are speaking to us all the time. We just need to learn their language.
I agree. Well said. Are we ready to go into another hour sprint? Yeah. I'm gonna give it a stretch, go check with my husband, see if I got my ink, say hello, and then get the rest of the stuff printed. So, well, let me just get this. I remember this is YouTube trying to make me watch ads on my channel. That's why I keep saying that my
YouTube telling us who we can be friends with.
Mm-hmm. That's why it keeps messing up my timer video. Wrong button. Hello, Esther.
I have all these tabs and I don't know which one is making music.
Yeah. Alrighty. So for anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And I got 2 more comments here. Woohoo, ready. So for me, Conan was in love with 3 women total. That's really interesting. So he was like a James Bond of his time. So for anyone
he was the hot bad boy. The hot barbarian bad boy. Instead of a billionaire bad boy, they had a barbarian bad boy.
So, all right. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll see you on the other side of 60 minutes in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Okay. And how did you do? I didn't do a riddle this time because I forgot. Went to go talk to my husband, get my ink, and started putting everything together. Oh, you're on mute.
I discovered that I had put the wrong version of. So now I'm going through
and trying to find.
There's like some large chapter sections that I can just move over, and it's not places where I tweaked like some.
Okay.
Oh no! Working on every time I get a new one, I have.
Actually, I want to go through and revise that one more heavily. Rita said, I watched a video on the CEO of YouTube, and it was recent. He talks about how the algo works. If anyone wants to see it, here's the link. I enjoyed it. Thank you for sharing, Rita. Thanks, Rita. We'll have to add that to my watch later list. Would any of y'all consider using ChatGPT as cheating in writing, or is it a useful tool? I think it depends on how you're using it, and I think that everybody has their own definition. So for me, I use it for like brainstorming, because I will think of like so many divergent paths, and I'll throw it in and say, can you think of another path that I haven't thought of? So, because I like to try to come up with as many ideas as possible to figure out which one the reader is not going to think of. And so I like it for that, for brainstorming. And I also do it for developing names because I use real languages to put my names together.
I do not use generative AI. I have used Google to see what are the most common expressions of this trope or that trope, because it compiles that data really fast, so I can see what not to write concerning a certain trope. Because if the Google and ChatGPT, if they pull up, this trope is expressed this way, most commonly expressed this, like werewolves, most commonly it is the dominant alpha and the submissive omega, and they found that, no, we're not going to write that one. So, I find it good as a tool. I am very cautious. It's good for generating prompts. If you need prompts, I know a lot of people who use it to generate prompts to write by. But using it to like, this is my idea, write me the thing, that is where you have to be careful, because then you fall into the gray area of, you might spend all of this time writing a book and not be allowed to copyright it, because it falls under that gray area of the law, like the Midjourney AI art, where it is no longer a copyrightable document. Being able to copyright something generated from AI, you have to put extensive edits, but there is no percentage on how much changing you must do.
And they're not very clear in the law with that.
The laws are based on the 1976 copyright laws. There are literally dozens of cases going on right now. There are huge cases going on about stolen content used to train generative AIs. So it depends on how you're using it. Are you using it as a tool, or are you using it as a crutch?
I do use it to help me with like emails, because I verbal vomit my email, and I know I'm not worried about punctuation. I'm not worried about capitalization. And I know sometimes I say a word because I can't think of the word I'm trying to think of. So I say another word instead, and it'll give me a better, more professional word. So I do use it in that regard.
Yeah. And yeah, exactly, Rita. Assistive versus generating. So it's a big thing. And the percentage of work that you put into it versus the percentage of work that your AI puts into it
is going to become a thing in the very near future. There are so many court cases. I did a breaking the block on this a few weeks ago. And basically, it's just watching the courts right now. And it depends on how you use it. Using it to help you write, using it for grammar checking, spell checking, to develop the voices of your characters, to make sure your characters always talk in the same way.
Oh, I hadn't thought about using it like that.
Yeah, if you're using it as an editor, content editor, you will still need a human to look over it.
Yeah,
because there are things that it doesn't know yet. There are things that it hasn't learned. So using GPT as a writing tool, as an assistive device, works very well. Using it to do the writing for you, that's where you hit the roadblocks. And that's where a lot of people, and there's a lot of writers that get really angry, and they're like, you're not really writing. You're just making up an idea and letting the computer write it for you. Well, AIs are pattern generators. They are trained to recognize patterns and to recreate patterns. So that's why there's a lot of resentment against it. I've said this several times. My youngest daughter's high school English class, 80% of the students failed multiple assignments for having ChatGPT write the assignment for them. And so it's they didn't do the work, so they didn't get the credit. Now, using AI to edit, to make sure your grammar is correct, to make sure your citations are correct, to verify your sources, those are things that you need to do, but you also need to be very aware that sometimes they're wrong.
Yeah, so I wouldn't trust any generative or any AI for checking sources.
They will make up sources, as evidenced by the Chicago Sun-Times best reads of the summer list that had all real artists, all real authors, no real books.
And I just saw, I didn't read the article, but I saw the headline where a judge fined a lawyer like $3,500 for using ChatGPT for its sources because none of the sources were right. Like they didn't exist. So I'm like, oh my gosh, why would you do that as a lawyer? Why would you? I don't understand.
I think his name was Ferguson. Either the judge or the lawyer's name was Ferguson, or the plaintiff's, the defendant's name was Ferguson. But he cited cases that didn't exist.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And so it's using ChatGPT to write, to help you organize your you can say, ChatGPT, can you please tell me, I want to write this idea. Can you please tell me what beats I need to hit to make it fantasy fiction, or to make it science fiction, or to make it romance? And it will do that. It will now, it is learned. It is, they're getting smart enough that they will do that.
I wrote out all my beats for the mystery. I wrote out all my beats for fantasy, and I wrote out all my beats for romance for my Fated Adventures. And I put all of that into ChatGPT, and I said, where can these beats fall in line together? So I'm not writing like 3 different stories. I'm writing stories that are cohesive and they inform each other. So I did that. Actually, I didn't like a lot of what it said, though.
Well, that's using it as a tool. That's using it as a tool to help you write. Now, if you're saying, here's the beats I want, write the story for me, then you're not writing the story. The AI is writing the story based on the stories it was trained on.
Oh, you know what I did? I saw this in a news article. This was a few weeks ago, and I forgot that I had done this in ChatGPT until I opened it like 2 days ago or something. I was like, what is this? And I said, okay, of everything you know about me, what image would you generate? And it was not that bad. It was like, I think the girl had like brown hair. It was kind of reddish. And I was writing a book, and there was a bird Oh, and there was a green dragon. I'm like, well, that part you didn't get right because I don't have any green dragons. But I was like, this is interesting. That knows this about me because it pulls from online, whatever you have online. So
yeah, I used it to look at what it said about Relic of Time War and the characters in Relic of Time War, and it was pretty accurate. It was pretty accurate for what it was tracking.
I haven't done that. Yeah.
To distract myself from the horror of realizing that I had written 1.6 thousand words in the wrong document, the UPS guy came, and this is my anniversary present. It's a little astronaut dude with like a little laser and like star show that like when you plug it in, it projects onto the wall.
That's like something that I tried to use the ChatGPT for was with my most current Kickstarter book. And I didn't do it until like the later chapters, but I wanted to just see if it could help with like developmental editing. And I don't think it was very good at all. So like the things it was suggesting, I was like, I don't want to do that. That's not helpful. But I think it'll be there one day where it will be able to do better, like with developmental like edits and stuff like that. Like, if you're hitting your beats right with the character, I think it can do okay over a short period of time. But when you have like long books, and I write long books, they can't keep up. So
yeah, it doesn't do well with the Grammarly. Grammarly is now using an AI. Pro Writing It is now using editing AI, and stuff like that. So just being aware of those tools. But the biggest concern is be aware of the bias against using those tools. There was a huge thing that blew up recently about authors using Vellum, and that I don't know, book talk needs.
Yeah. I heard all about that. I'm like, y'all do even know. You're just making stuff up.
Yeah, it's a formatting. Vellum is a formatting program with AI assistance, and people lost their all books that have been used in Vellum were written by AI. It's like if you use ellipses or M dashes, your books are written by AI.
I have gone to a point where I've started taking out some of my M dashes because I use M dashes. It's just part of my writing style. And I thought, but now that I know that it's like, they call it the ChatGPT dash, I'm like, okay, I need to like take out some of my dashes because I do not want that craziness.
Yeah, I got tagged like by name on Wattpad and accused of using AI to write all my books. I'm like, first of all, these were written before AI.
Yeah.
And second of all, M dashes have been around, ellipses have been around for hundreds of years. They were being used when we were hand printing books.
Yeah, well, my favorite author is Emily Dickinson, and she uses M dashes everywhere.
Yeah, I use ellipses everywhere. I even use ellipses in places of M dashes just because I've never liked M dashes.
Oh, see, I prefer the M dash over ellipses. But I have recently started using more ellipses because of my editor that I had on my fantasy series, because she told me there was a certain time to use it M dash and a certain time to use ellipses when it comes to dialogue. And it depends if someone's trailing off in their dialogue or if they're being interrupted. Here's the image that GPT made of me when I said, from everything you can find about me, what picture would you make? I don't wear glasses though, so I thought that was interesting. Okay, we'll go through some more of these comments. Cake. I am writing and editing in the wrong version. Oh, that's where you said you were in the wrong version. Please shoot me. Oh, I'm so sorry. And work in progress. Yeah, there's a lot of acronyms. And then like, I haven't heard this one. Which one's this one? Thank you. I am writing book 13, my Relic of Time War series, because it's time travel and everything that happened then. Hey, have you seen the Lazarus Project?
Yes.
I was so bummed that didn't continue.
We were talking about this earlier. When they stop a series like this, They need to at least give us a movie to end it, like they did with Firefly.
That's what I was like. I'd be okay with some notes. Like, where were you going with this? Where was it going to end?
Well, like Altered Carbon.
Yeah.
I would have liked.
I couldn't finish it because I heard. So, yeah. I did not know that the Royals didn't end. And I didn't know that the Lazarus Project didn't end. I don't think I would have watched either one if I had known that they had ended on cliffhangers. So,
yeah, it's like, why would you do that?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
The director of the Royals he did some shady schmucky things.
Yeah.
But you know what? They have writers. They have other writers.
Mm-hmm.
They have people that can take over it. You don't have to have him.
Well, they did shop it around. They tried to find someone else to pick it up, and they couldn't get anyone else to take it on. So that was with the Royals. I didn't hear anything like that with the Lazarus Project, though. 1.6K and changes. Opinions about AI. And so, like Mom Maggie said, just be aware of what the law says so that you can protect yourself in the future. And be aware that, that there are going to be some negative people when you talk about it. So overall, I'm pretty much pro AI. I think it's going to help us in the long run. I don't think it's helping us right now. It's more detrimental, I think, in a lot of ways, like with environmental impact and things like that. But we will get through this. We will come up with a plan that is going to be better because we are aware of it. Now, how fast that happens, I think that's all to do with people and money. And then it's nothing I think that we can, at our level, really do anything about because we don't have that type of power. But, yeah.
The scientific potential of AI is amazing. The unfortunate side effect of AI bending the rules to make science appear to work is going to be the problem in the future. Mm-hmm. It's a very interesting concept about a viral outbreak that becomes this cult manifestation. Like the ancient insect plagues of the past being the wrath of God and things like that.
You could say the viral was the delivery agent and the cover story. And I would, Mom Maggie touched on this just briefly, right, when she talked about pattern recognition. When you're asking AI to write your story for you, you have to realize that it's putting the words in the order that it recognizes from like the genre you're putting in there. Like if you said, zombies, post-apocalyptic, it's going to put together these words and sentences that appear together most often in those genres. So you have to be very careful that you got to come up with something that's yours. It's going to give you something that's already out, basically. It's very, I don't know if it's good enough at this point to come up with all original ideas, I guess.
Frankie says down later that they do a lot of tweaking on it. They do a lot of adjusting on it. So yeah, that's going to be the key. I mean, it's a great thing to start off with, like when you're learning and like working through the starting being a writer. So, but just don't rely on it and be sus of everything you get from it. Mm-hmm.
Yay, revised 2 more chapters, getting so much done. What time is the marathon over, by the way? So I'm finishing up at 11 my time, which it's almost 9. So 2 more hours. So that's probably 1 more hour long sprint and then a shorter sprint probably to finish it up. So,
and I might have to go before then because my laptop, even though everything's unplugged, it's not cooling down. I'm like, no, don't overheat. Don't overheat.
I know there was other people who said they were going to come on. Rachel said she was going to come on, and there was another person, but nobody else showed up. So
I'm here for you, girl.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm here on my anniversary because they slated, and the only hiccup I had appointment to get the youngest into the dog.
I gave big chicks lettuce. I didn't know you had more baby chicks. That's cool. I guess
Chickens
I missed
are
that.
a gateway drug. Once you've got a few of them, you're like, oh, I need more. Oh, I need more. Now, there's a reason that there's like a 4-month period in the spring and summer, early summer. My husband will not let me go to the feed store. He's like, you don't need to go to the ranch supply. I'll pick it up for you. But I want no. And the only day I'm allowed to go, if I'm allowed to go, is on Monday or Tuesday, because usually there aren't any chicks left by then.
Mm.
And the chicks don't come in until Thursday. So, yeah, it's like, yeah, he's so mean. He's so mean to me. He doesn't love me. He'll buy me little laser starry night sky plastic astronauts, but he won't let me have more baby chicks. Mm.
Well, I do like your star astronaut. So it looks like she's taking a screen break, which I think Rita was already streaming early this morning, like when I was running around doing appointments. Thank you for your sprints, y'all. Got some things done. Whoop, whoop. On my way out. Kickstarter still going. Anyone want to check it out? Oh, I didn't get your Kickstarter link on the podcast. I didn't know it was still going. I thought, did you make it? Did you hit your goal? I don't know if you're still here. Probably not. I wasn't even clicking on these. Sorry. Assistive or generating. I use it as a personal assistant. I think that's right. Who was it? Someone was telling me that he put into the AI, like, here's what I do. Here's everything I do for my author business. I do this, 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 and this. He lists it out. He said he spent a couple hours just putting everything in there, everything he did. He said, help me create a schedule that works. And he said it saved him hours. Like he was like spending so much time and not getting everything done, and it set it all up and saved him so many hours. And I was like, oh, I don't know. Mine would be a couple of days throwing everything into the AI if I did that. I do too much. So like, hey, get me organized. Haha. LOL.
I like having my Kanban board because taking off the posties and tearing them into little pieces,
it's satisfying.
Is such a satisfying endorphin hit.
All fairness, smart kids. Couldn't the teacher check the plagiarism thing?
Yeah, they did, and that's why so many of them like crashed and burned.
Yeah. And so that you have to teach the ChatGPT to know you assistive, so it doesn't do the generative.
Yeah.
So it doesn't do. You have to like train it to be assistive instead of being generative. Is that what she's saying? You
can set it up to be that way. Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can adjust the parameters with which you use the device. With which you use the AI algorithm, you can adjust it. Like the thing I do with Leonardo, I use it as a smart filter for like my book covers for Relic of Time War.
It is like the admin stuff, emails, because I do I gotta figure out a way to do fewer emails.
I'm still waiting for the person that won the book selection to email me back so that here's my Amazon page. I'll send you an entire series in ebook format.
Yeah.
Just let me know which one you want.
They might have looked and then thought, well, I don't read any of this. I mean, if they read like contemporary women's fiction, Pagosa Cliffs maybe, but
yeah, Pagosa Cliffs. I think they were from what they were looking for. I think they were more a horror and dark romantic reader, and I don't have anything like that. I don't.
Yeah, I don't.
You and I feel the same way about horror. So,
yeah. Was it 2 years ago when I was offering an ebook from my catalog, and the person never even emailed me back to request a book? So I thought, well, I probably just don't write what they want. But since then, people have picked out a book from my catalog. So I figure, well, either they like me or they like what I'm writing. So it's one of those two things. So.
Yeah.
I love it. Made myself a Muppet. Smart enough to cut the corners, but not get caught. LOL. So if I give it a scenario per se, and I give it my thoughts of how I want it to look, like go into detail and tell it to go into detail and adjust it from there, how would that be considered?
That would still be, depends on how much adjusting you would be doing, but it would be considered that the AI is writing it for you.
Yeah.
Even though it was your brain seed, you put the story seed into it. If you said, give me 5,000 words, these are the details I want, this is the story I want, it would be considered AI written.
You have to go with what you feel is right, though, Frankie. That's all I've got to say.
And using it as a learning tool, using it to teach you how to learn how to write because you don't have a writing instructor or something like that is perfectly valid.
And that's how, because I went to a magnet school for writing when I was in 7th grade. And they told us, look at the authors that inspire us, look at the scenes that really inspire us and break it down, rewrite it in your own words to see if you can get the same feelings from how you rewrite it. So you're not writing like their exact words. You're not doing a copyright where you're not doing copy word for word. You're rewriting it in your words, but trying to hit those emotional points or whatever it is, because that class was talking more about I remember doing that exercise with several of the scenes that inspired me the most. So if you're just now getting into it, I don't see anything wrong with doing that. As long as using it in a way, right? Because you put it in your
throwing it up on Amazon.
Because you have to, what they call it, scene and sequel. When you have something happen, you have a sequel in which the characters are what they're going to do next. And that could be as little as like a sentence or two, or it could be like a whole chapter. So there's a book on it, scene and sequel, and it was missing the sequel every single time. I was like, where is the transitions? And I kept thinking, and I was starting to pick up on like the same like language patterns between those three books I DNF'd. They were by three different authors. Well, at least I think they were. There were three different names. They could have been the same author. I don't know. But I was picking up the language pattern that was like how they set up their sentences and stuff. And I was like, this feels like, by the time I DNF'd the third book and I was in one night, I was like, I think these were all three AI.
Yeah. Or they were, or the plotting and beats were AI generated based on the most common tropes in that genre. And they end up all sounding, you have your first kiss on page 38. You have your first misunderstanding on page 49. You have you have the makeup scene on page 61. And that's the problem with overusing generative AI to write books, is because you end up with cookie cutter books. You end up like driving into that subdivision or that neighborhood where all of the houses look exactly alike. So we always end up leaning into the AI discussions. And unfortunately, right now, there is no black, there is no white. It is just gray from end to end. On the uses of it, on the ethicalness of using it, on the fact that like right now, there is a huge lawsuit in California courts that is dozens of authors versus Megatron, which is the big AI that they're calling it Megatron, where they are going after Google and Facebook and Anthropic and several other of the writing AI platforms because of 200,000 books that were stuffed into these AIs to train them how to write, how to speak.
So I think what that comes out is like, what is the reader experience? Because as a reader, I was so disappointed in all three of these books. Had great premises, but I could not get into them because they were missing the heart of the story, the thing that kept it, that would have, made sense. So
yeah, and the characters come out 2D. You end up with white room syndrome because the AI does not understand the nuances of environmental things, and it only puts them in when it's instructed to put them in. So yeah, if you're using it as a tool, if you're using it as a tutorial, that's amazing. Be aware of the laws and regulations, and be aware of the bias against AI written things. Because you walked into our little corner of AuthorTube where we are very nice and welcoming for everybody, and we want everybody to do it. But I know some places that if you had gone in and you said, I'm writing a book with ChatGPT,
it would have jumped all down your throat.
Everyone would have sandbagged on you, and in the most rude way. And it's like, it's when it comes to generative AI, it comes down to fear about AI replacing the human touch. And if you want a perfect example of that is real time, that literally happened this week, Vogue magazine posted a spread of new dresses. All of the models are AI in this month's edition of Vogue magazine, there's a whole spread of nothing but
gosh.
AI models.
I mean, can you imagine, like, okay, so we use models now. Models, a lot of models been used over the years that are like above the standards of beauty that most women can achieve. And now, if we're using AI, how much more is that going to warp young girls' minds?
Yeah, but the big controversy is there are literally thousands of models that they could have booked to do these photo shoots, and instead they
Use AI because it was probably
used a computer.
So
Jocelyn, Megatron is it's the over term for multiple AIs. There is an actual AI named Megatron, but it's like that evil overlord name for multiple AIs.
Casey says, not me realizing I hadn't heard anything in a while because I had tab muted. I was editing my video. We've been talking a little while about AI here. I guess we could go on, but I'd like to get at least another sprint in.
Yeah, it's
more.
Just all I can say is I did a Breaking the Block on AI on the court cases and the implications a few weeks ago. We're going to be writing. We'll be doing streams about this again. We will be talking about this again. This is not an issue that's going away right now. It's all gray. All the legalese is gray. All the ethical dilemmas are gray. Everything is gray. And we're going to be talking about this, not just this year, but next year and the year after and the year after and the year after that. And so
you'll be around for a while.
It'll be around for a while. And if you're freaking out about it, just remember that like one of the very first AIs was actually built in like in the 70s.
A while ago. Yeah.
In the 1970s.
It's been around for
50 years ago.
So I've kind of thought what Rita was talking about here about mainstream authors using AI before any of us knew about it. How could they pop out books month after month? And what I would say to that is like, I can write really, really fast. I can draft fast because I do dictation. And so I think my highest month was 102,000 words in 1 month. Now I write fantasy, so my books are long. But if I was writing like contemporary romance, that could be like 2 books a month for me that I could be writing. And the more you write, the better you get with like your, you don't make as many mistakes in your character development, your arc development, everything, the whole thing, story development all together. So I imagine people who've been writing for a while, who can write fast, have their development down as far as character and plot and all of that. They got it down. They could probably do this before AI and even now. So I wouldn't just discount if someone's popping out book after book, especially if it's like contemporary romance or something. They're just so easy to write. They, like Mama Maggie was talking about, they follow tropes. They have like page 50, this happens. This was before AI came around. They were already following this model. So
Debbie Macomber is a very good example. Yeah. And it's like every, people look at me because I publish 10 books a year. And but here's the deal is after my stroke, during my recovery, I spent 6 years doing nothing but writing 400 to 600,000 words a year.
So you had millions of words.
So I had millions of words before I ever started editing. And I've spent the last 4 years editing. And it's the editing takes longer than the writing.
Mm-hmm. It does for me too.
Yeah, it's
a lot of people who publish quickly, who are like making good money off of it. They have editors and they already have them scheduled out. So they'll write a book, send it out to editor, start writing his next book, send it off to editor, write the next book. And then they're publishing that 3 books back. So
and a lot of these really big authors
have teams that write books.
They have teams that they have teams of ghostwriters that write for them. So they're like, okay, this ghostwriter is writing this series. This is the next book I want in this series, these events, these characters. And for that series, I want these characters and these events. And for this series over here, you ghostwriter number 3, I want these things and these things. And, and it's like, who is it? Michael Alexander. I think that's it. I can't remember his last name. It starts with an A. He writes science fiction and Anderhall.
Oh, Michael Anderley.
Yeah, he writes science fiction, he writes science fantasy, and he writes fantasy. But it's not just him writing. he's got 5 or 6 people writing with him. So he can pop out a book every 2 months in all of these different series, but he's not the only one writing them. So yeah, when you see somebody going, oh, well, if they rapid release, they must be an AI author. No, they could be like Shannon and drop 100,000 words a month.
And then have someone else who's editing it.
They could be like me and be like, oh, I'm just going to write all of these full series, 5 or 6 books in each series. Oh, editing? What's that? I have to do that now. So yeah, it's AI is going to be a discussion we're going to be having for the next several years.
Yeah.
And there are people who are vicious, rabid anti-AI, and they don't, and there are some who refuse to even recognize the line between generative and non-generative, which is where the discussion needs to shift to. Like, all AI is bad, and they don't realize that they're using AI on Google Maps every time they get in their car. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting next half of a decade.
Hopefully it will turn for the better. So, all right. So if anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we do still have like an hour and 45 minutes left in the stream. So we're going to do an hour sprint here, and then we'll come back. And if we've got some more time, then we might do a short, like 15, 20-minute sprint to finish it out. Depends on what we're looking at. Mom Maggie falls out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go and shut my computer down.
Okay, because it gets too hot. So okay.
I will see everyone in the morning, 7 a.m. Mountain Time. I hope you have a blessed and lovely evening. Thank you for doing this. I appreciate Shannon, especially for pushing me to do this after the AuthorTube Writing Conference when we were talking about it, and all of the people who are joining in it. Just, I'm not saying add streams. You don't have to do any extra stream. Just add the AWT August tag so that other writers and stuff can find you, because
community.
It helps to build a routine if you have people doing the workout with you.
And I just like the community, just having the community of people with you writing, whatever it is, whatever writing you're doing.
Yeah, we love our community.
Yeah.
Be blessed. Have a very lovely day, and I'll see you all in the morning.
Bye, Maggie. All right, and we'll get started for the last or second to last sprint, depending. I think we'll have one more small sprint. So if everyone's staying in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. I'm here. I just knocked over my lamp. I was trying to get back over here. I heard the timer go off. I was like, oh, I didn't know it was that close. Yeah. So how did you do? I was finishing up the last few things for packing up the Faded Adventures. Now that I've got everything printed off with the ink that my husband brought in. And that way it can just be put out in the mailbox tomorrow morning, be ready to go. And so I had the lamp over there. And I usually have it on my desk. So see how you guys did. We left off with basically everyone saying bye to Mom Maggie, and then Frankie also headed out, and Rita had also headed out. Jocelyn had also headed out. I missed her. Gonna call it night. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for so much for being here. But JC caught Jocelyn on the way out, so awesome. And then Kat, hello, well, a 12-hour stream. Sorry, just saw the title and hopped on. No worries. Yeah, we're actually almost over, almost done. We've got 45 minutes, roughly 47 minutes left for the stream. So I think we'll do we'll do one more half hour. Oh, Esther's done. I missed her finishing. That was like 2 hours ago. Whoops. I still had it up on my computer here. So yeah, we'll do a half hour and then wrap it up from there. Just trying to find my half hour. I like this one. Let's do this one. I think I did this one. I started off with a half hour sprint, and this was the one I used when I started. So JC says, I edited some more of my video, and now I'm going to finish scheduling my social media. It never ends. I mean, it could. You could just stop doing the social media. And that's me. Like, I'm very good at doing like all the other things, but not social media. I just can't wrap my mind around it. I've even gone so far as to use AI to like help me do some social media posts. Like, what would I do? What could I do? What are some ideas? And it's giving me some good ideas. And I even went and found some pictures to go with the ideas, and I don't ever do anything with it. So yes, that is the one thing I lack on for sure. It's just, there's this thing that, I don't know. It's like a mental block. Like, I really don't like the idea of it. I don't know why. I get excited about creating stuff to put out. And then when I go to think about actually putting it up, I'm like, maybe it's the ick factor of like self-promotion that I can't get over. Maybe that's what it is. Because like, even when I've gone to like conferences, I never sell myself, but I always sell the AuthorTube writing conference. So yeah, I guess I'm just not very good at selling myself. I have to figure out some way to get over that. But that's where it worked out really well. Devin did my social media for my my Kickstarter, and in return, I'm editing her next book, The Witch's Dagger. So, which is going to be the third book in her series, but the fourth book she's writing because she published the fifth book first. Catch up on that one. So maybe I'm the same. Well, with the social media, I think that might be what it is. And I don't really enjoy being on social media either. I think YouTube in a way is kind of like social media because, I mean, you can have the back and forth, with an audience, but obviously I'm here in a more of an author-centric audience, so it's not a reader-centric audience. So it's not really the social media that would be helpful for like finding readers. But and I don't really enjoy being on social media. Like, I tell people, I set a timer for 5 minutes to be on Instagram, and that's not 5 minutes to make me get off. That's 5 minutes for making me stay there as long as I can and do something, because I'll get on and get on. And really, that 5 minute timer has kind of gone out the window. I get on for a few seconds and I get right back off again of the app. I don't stay on very long at all. That's probably what it is. But I know if I don't promote my books and stuff, that I can't get upset when no one's buying it. I mean, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. I have actually said that to myself. I'm like, Shannon, the reason why you're probably not making any sales today, because you're not doing anything to sell yourself. And so like, I try, maybe that's part of it. Maybe I like to use the excuse of the reason why I can't sell every day is because I don't do anything to try to sell it. I don't market myself. I don't know. I really don't know. The psychological thing, I haven't quite figured out about myself. I hate social media 1,000%, but I know it's necessary. Yes. Yeah. I do think it's necessary. I do think it's it should be some part of an author's toolbox. But that doesn't mean that, it's like, do what I say, not what I do, because I can't bring myself to do it. Honestly, I know that if I take one day and sit there and schedule the entire month's worth of socials, then I don't have to deal with it again until the end of the month. Yeah. And I was watching this gal. It was right before I went on vacation. And she said, you really only need like 30 posts. And you can do the same 30 posts, or like she said, between like 30 and 37, I think. So she said, every month. And you just rotate it out. Because she says the way the algorithm works, like people are not going to see it. And she makes over $1 million or whatever on her books. She's on YouTube, but it's been a minute since I watched her, because it was a couple of weeks before I went on my vacation. And my vacation was 2.5 weeks. So it's like over a month ago when I was watching her. And I don't know if the YouTube will serve her videos back up to me or not. I'm trying to remember who. I can see her face. See, I can visually see things, but I can't recall names. But she had like a kind of like a boiler template for what what your 30 to 37 posts should be. And I can't remember. It wasn't real in depth. It wasn't like something that was hard. I think it would be hard to kind of apply it to books, particularly like specifically try to figure out what it is that you need for that. It's like scenes. It's like you have to think of like, what's a scene in your book that would excite a reader. I can't remember how she said it now. She made it sound so easy and simple. I'm like, I'm going to do this. I bet you I saved her video somewhere, because I told myself I was going to do it. And I don't know if I ever will. Watch later. Did I save her video? It doesn't look like it. No, I don't see her video here. Well, there you go. Okay, find the right tab. Here we go. Yeah, she made it sound easy. I thought, I'm going to do this, but I probably never will. And I've been told that scheduling is not advised, but I'm like, it's either I schedule them or nothing is done. I think you have to do what works for you. Yeah. I don't know who advised you not to schedule. Like, I'm not saying anything from personal experience, because I don't do it myself, but I know lots of people who schedule their stuff. Actually, I think she was one of them who scheduled it. So I've never heard the advice to not schedule it. Oh, you guys can tell I'm getting tired. So this is way past my bedtime. It's like 2 hours past my bedtime, but I'll be okay. I still struggle to get posts out so I can get sales, so I understand. But I think the last time I got a post up myself and got a sale was in 2023. So that shows you how terrible I am. And Devin did all my posting for my Kickstarter, so I think that helped. But yeah. Yeah, someone told me that posting things in real time gets more engagement, so it's best. Have you ever watched Shelby? Marketing by Shelby. Marketing with Shelby. Marketing by Shelby. I think it's Marketing by Shelby. I'm trying to find a page here that I can go to. So we did a podcast episode with her for the self-publishing tips and tricks. She doesn't schedule hers only because she says it doesn't work with her brain to schedule things, but she recommends people schedule them. And she's made a lot of money off of her stuff. It's Marketing by Shelby. Yeah, I like a lot of her tips. What I changed to grow my business and revenue this year, that was published 5 days ago. Email marketing and business. Oh, I need to watch that one. Social media pivots for more engagement. That was 2 weeks ago. Social media experiments. I'm trying 2025. She's really good at trying different things to see what's working right now. She also follows, and she talked about this in the podcast episode we did with her. And this was like not too long ago that we did this podcast episode. It was earlier this year. She follows like the marketing team for Instagram or something like that. And the president or owner or something, some higher management person with Instagram. She follows them, and they put out posts about what's working and not working right now. And then she gathers all the information and shares it with her audience. Where is my podcast? Book marketing made simple for indie authors. No, it's not that one. Maybe it is. I don't think so. I think that was with Elaine. Nope, that was with Shelby Lee. Okay, so it was episode 85, Book Marketing Made Simple for Indie Authors with Shelby Lee. And a lot of stuff she said made a lot of sense too, but then again, I'm like, I'm probably not going to do this. Oh, you do watch her. Okay, never mind. I was like talking and not even over here looking at what you were writing. I could have stopped talking about it a little while ago. I think I saw her presentation at the AWC, and that's how I found her. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I still remember, oh my gosh, when she applied to talk at the AWC, so she talked at the 2023 and the 2024. She didn't talk at this year's, and she hadn't found us, or she wasn't on YouTube, I don't think, for 2022. So it's 23 and 24. When she applied in 2023, she had under 500 subscribers, and she applied to be just a speaker because I think she felt like she couldn't go for the bigger. And Margaret and we had looked at her pitch, and we're like, man, this is really a guest speaker spot, not a speaker spot, because this is a longer slot for guest speaker. And it just so happened, I think that something opened up, so she was able to get into a bigger slot. And we told her, I was like, we told her, Shelby's like, you go ahead and go for the guest speaker for next time, because you have the credentials and everything there. And we said that to her, and it wasn't even like a week later, she hit over 1,000 subscribers, and she grew fast, very fast on YouTube. I still go watch the podcast episode with her on there. Yeah, still going. Almost done. All right. Well, let's go ahead. I'm going to do one more 30-minute sprint. That'll take us to 10:54 my time. That'll give us 6 minutes for outros and finishing up, and we'll be done for the evening. I actually did this to kind of kickstart the algorithm again and to support the 80K and possibly do some writing, but I didn't write very much. 173 words is what I wrote today. I got some writing in. So here's the right tab. Okay, that's the right tab. So if anyone is leaving out before we get back, thank you so much for being here. Hopefully I'll see you. I will be sprinting next week. I don't have any streams up yet, so I still have to get them up. Yeah, all day was 173 words. It's only because the things I had deadlines for before today that included my podcast episode and my Faded Adventures. Both of those should have been done by yesterday. And both of them, I had major glitches. So my podcast episode, my computer is messing up. I took it in to get looked at by the computer doctor or whatever. They couldn't find anything wrong with my computer. So I got it back, started working on the podcast episode, and my video editing program was having issues, and I thought it looked okay. And I didn't check the video, and I went through 4 rounds of editing and was getting ready to upload it and realized that my audio was not synced up with the video. So I had to start all over again, but that was midnight. So I stopped. And then I was doing the Faded Adventures and getting everything printed and into the packages, and they should have gone out this morning. And only half of them made it because one of my ink cartridges ran out. And I had bought a bunch of extra ink cartridges knowing that I'm printing a bunch of stuff. And for some reason, that was like the only one I did not buy. And there's 5 different ink cartridges in this and it's a new printer for me, so I'm still learning it. But yeah, it was the only one I didn't buy. So I had to wait to today because it was midnight again. It was like close to midnight last night. And I was like, okay, forget it. So I was working on that stuff today. Yeah. Otherwise, I would have been writing all day long. So I think it's like when you're just coming off of vacation, though. Yes, it had to happen, right? Oh, no, sorry. That's a lot. But I'm glad you got done. Yeah, I got it done. It's done. Got the ink, got the podcast episode out, and be able to hopefully write for the next sprints. So, okay, let me go ahead and get started. If anyone is leaving out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, 30 minutes on the clock, and I'll see you on the other side, and good luck. And that is time. How did you guys do? I just cleaned up from my mess of everything. Whenever I do the Faded Adventures packets, it's like a mess everywhere. So I think I got pretty much everything cleaned up. Because like part of it, I use like twine to put together the personal narratives. That's like kind of like journal entries, but they're basically the story told from the character's point of view. And so I put that together, but then the twine ends up getting like everywhere. So I had to clean all that up and everything, and use paper cutter and stuff. Yeah, so just cleaning up. That's what I basically did. Getting ready for bed. Says there's 12 people watching, but I don't know if maybe it's lagging a little bit because I don't see any new comments. I think the last one here was, sorry about this lot. They're glad you got it done. And thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm glad I got it done too. I would have rather been writing today. But I mean, I did what I needed to do to like get ready for this month as far as writing, because I want to finish, if I can, finish my work in progress, my next book that's in the series. And I have like 110,000 words, I think is what I have in it right now. But I haven't touched it. The last time I wrote anything in the book was June 1st. So that was exactly 2 months ago. So I had to remind myself what it was that I wrote. And so I did. I went through like the last 4 chapters and did some editing on those chapters just to kind of remind myself of where I left off so that I can pick back up again. And that's good. Yeah, this was fun. Thanks for this, friend. So thanks for being here. Hopefully you guys were able to get a lot done, whatever it is that you were trying to do. Finished off the scene I was writing and then did my Duolingo. What are you trying to learn? I feel like I've heard you talk about it, but I can't remember. I have a bad memory as it is, and then I'm gone for 2.5 weeks, and now I'm going to forget a lot of stuff. But I do remember you talking about it. Now, as soon as you sign off, you go straight to bed. Yep. That's the plan. I've already taken my medicine. Oh, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. I do have to brush my teeth. So I got to brush my teeth. But yeah, I took my medicine already, got the bed put together, because I always make my bed before I go to bed, not make my bed in the morning. I don't know why. But yeah. Just sorting out chapter POVs. How many POVs do you have? I had, is it 5 POVs? I have 5 POVs in my last book of my fantasy trilogy. And that was really rough. And not only that, but it was in 3rd century Ireland, but then there was the other world and all the Irish, because it was based on Irish myths. And all the myths point to how the other world moves at a different rate than the mortal realm. So back in Ireland. And so I had to, and there was no figure anywhere. There was no like exact, like if you spend 3 weeks here, it's going to be 1 day there. There was nothing like that in the mythologies. I did lots and tons of research. I spent 2 years researching Irish myths and just kind of came up with my own formula from all the different stories I read. So I try to keep something consistent, right? So that's the main thing when it comes to like fantasy is you have to be consistent. Probably for science fiction as well, you have to be consistent. Whatever rules you create, they have to be consistent. So I had to be consistent, and I had several of my 5 POVs going back and forth between the other world and Ireland. And I was like, gosh, oh wait, this would happen before that, but that would happen. So that sister would have done this before that sister did that. And so it was so rough doing 5 POVs. I eventually pulled them all out of the book and like looked at their timelines separately and then put them all back together again. Just finished dinner. Oh, you must be. Well, I don't know if you eat late dinner. I know some people do eat a late dinner, but I don't know if you're earlier in time than I am. So I'm 11 o'clock. I am still scheduling LOL. Well, you got a lot done though. Almost done. Yeah, see? You're almost done. French, but now I've been doing Italian. Ooh. I've always wanted to learn Italian. I grew up learning Spanish, but I can't really speak it. I can understand it better than I can speak it. I can read it better than I can understand it though. And then French, it's also the same. I can read French better than I can speak it or understand it. Because I did French, 4 years of French in high school, and then spent the summer in France after high school. Got about 3,400 for the day. Nice word count. And a number of graphics done for some upcoming projects. So I call it a win. I would call that a win too. If I had a confetti, I'd do lots of confetti. 20 in this story is, oh, wow, that's a lot. It's kind of a nature devastation story like Super Volcano. That's a lot of POVs, Kat. I think I would go crazy with that 20. I have like several voices in my head and they're nowhere near 20. And I think that's enough. That's a lot. Yes, it's a lot. I know, right? Nice, Tiff. Yes, I agree. All right. Well, we are at past the 11 o'clock hour for me, and whatever that is in your time zone. We are past the hour mark where I wanted to end this stream. Thank you, everybody, so much for coming. I don't have any streams set up yet, but that is my goal, is to get some streams set up. I will be back on Monday, streaming Monday through Thursday for now. I'm possibly considering going down to Monday through Wednesday, but I don't know. I haven't decided yet. But I think I'm gonna go to 1 hour long sprints because those seem to work best for me and my brain, the way it works. So, but I will be starting back on Monday with sprints, some type of sprint. I'm still brainstorming what I want those to look like what theme, because I like to do like a theme thing that goes along with my dragons or my story or something. So I have to come up with that. Have a good night. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for hanging out with me, JC. You're so awesome. Like all my 12-hour streams, you're always here at the end with me. It's always great. And good night, everyone. I think that's a great place to end it. And I'll catch you guys out later.